ladies and gentlemen,
Let him cook.
boys and
Let him cook
girls,
now.
and people in the middle. We are here. Let's get some
Let him
love. Let's get some salutes. We are
Let
here
him cook now.
live in the flesh. One Piece 11:37.
Let him cook now.
It's a beautiful day, chat. It's a beautiful day. We're finally gonna see Mr. Figureland Shamrock in completion. We've been waiting over 200 chapters to see what's going on with 907 Shanks with the Gorosei. It seems highly likely that this dude wasn't Shanks, it was actually Shamrock. It's not necessarily confirmed, but this is huge news. This is mind-boggling. Guys, we're here. I'm so happy to see you guys here, chat. I'm so happy to see you guys. How we doing, my men, my boys and girls? How we doing? How we feeling, chat? It's going to be a legendary day. This is a legendary day. This starting today, as of today, the Rat Shanks agenda, Shanks is a Rat agenda, is officially dead. Let me get some F's in chat. F's in chat. Shanks is a Rat agenda is officially over. And good riddance. Good riddance. Shanks being a rat, Shanks being an enemy, an antagonist to Luffy, was always trash. It was trash, it is trash, and it will forever be trash. Guys, how we doing, man? How we doing? Make yourself known in the chat. We got Elsa, we got Simon, we got Eric, we got Vizwa, we got Bandit, we got Gifted, we got Blackbeard, we got L, we got OK, we got Muhammad, we got Mindhacks, we got One, we got Zoro. Chat, we got Eli. We got the most horniest man when it comes to Mrs. Robin Schwan. Guys, I'm excited, man. I just want to jump straight into the content, man. As you guys know, we did react to the short summary spoilers as well as the long summary spoilers. But of course, that's only going to give you so much information, right, chat? Like, it's not going to tell you the full story. And we can't even see the panels, right? When we're reading short summary, long summary, we're not looking at panels. So now we have the full-fledged chapter. Guys, dude, this is going to end up, I already know, bro. For me, I'm going to say that this chapter is going to be at least a 9.5. By the time I finish reacting, I'm going to say it's a 9.5 or a 10. I already know, because if I'm this hyped to see the actual chapter, and I'm talking about Shanks, and then we also know the Shamrock, then we also know the ancient giant bloodline thing, bro, I can't imagine how I'm gonna feel about this chapter when I actually get to see the panels. Get Discord. I cooked a heater. Post now. All right, Simon, make it quick, because I do wanna focus on the chapter. But you said you're gonna post something on Discord. Is that what you're saying? I cooked up a heater. Can't wait to show it on the stream. Oh, okay. All right, Simon, post it. Guys, we're starting this stream off with a meme, okay? We're starting the stream off with a meme from Mr. Simon. What did he make? Evil when it comes to having an uneven stash. Evil when it comes to having an uneven stash. Mods, I want you to do me a favor, mods. Go in chat, look for the man named Simon. I need you guys to dox him for me. I want his primary home address. I want his first and last name, his social security number, drop his latitude, longitude. I want his IP address. I want his birth certificate. I want him eradicated. I want him to face more pain and suffering than the citizens of O'Hara, more pain and suffering than those in the Lucia. What do you mean goated clip? You mother. You know what, Simon? I see how it is, bro. I see how it is. I see how it is, Simon. We got Simon and L jumping me, chat. I'm getting jumped. See, chat, it really be your own people, bro. I get jumped by L. I get jumped by Simon. Who's next? This man Mohammed said, let's go, fire emoji. What's good, Keej? What's good, Adnan? The link to the chapter should be pinned. Hey, Simon, good meme. I'm not gonna lie. You and L. Hey, I don't know. Actually, we might have a competition. There might be like a Cold War going on. Who's the better memer, L or Simon? Because I mean, Simon made the goated the picture of me as St. Paul preaching. Who's the better memer, chat? But guys, if you need the link to the chapter, listen, chat, listen. It's always pinned, okay? Okay, chat, the link to the chapter, it's always pinned at the top of the stream, chat, okay? I trust in you guys. I believe in you guys. You guys can remember this, you know? It's always the same thing every week. It's always pinned. I believe that you guys will remember this. You guys will click the link. But, what was I going to say, man? I forgot what I was going to say. Chat, what was I going to say? Sheesh, the people out. Or not the people. Wait. Sheesh, not the people of the loo. Yeah. I want what I really want. Like, if you guys asked me, Evil, what do you want most in life? That's easy. You know, because if you think about like protecting your family, like a good career, money, like when you think about like all these desires, like for me, it's easy, right? I want L and Simon to be in a house. Imagine like they were in like a really, not even a house, like a shed. Like imagine they were inside of a small shed and it was made of like titanium steel. So there was like no way you could punch a hole into it. Now imagine this shed made of titanium steel was sealed. Like it was completely sealed. There wasn't a single millimeter of a crack anywhere in the shed. And I would just be throwing fart bombs and lighting off fart bombs in this inside of the shed. I would have like a machine to shoot them into the shed and close it for like a good like 72 hours and have L and Simon in there. That would be what I desire most. Then to finish it off, nuke it. Not the docks. Hey, Simon, you better watch your back, bro. You better watch your back. All right, guys, is it time? Is it time for the chapter reaction, guys? Should we continue stalling? Should we continue delaying? Or should we jump straight into this peak, guys? Let me know. Bro trying to blank us. Yo! Bro, L, I didn't even mean it like that. Bro, I didn't even mean it like that. I didn't even mean it like that. Because you could say the fart bomb is gas. And if you're in a room, it's like a chamber. Yo, I did not even mean it like that. I was not even thinking that. Look, if I meant that, I would have said that inside of the shed where we're holding Simon and L, we would have a wooden door. 6350 South Martin Luther King Drive. Yo, to those of you that live in the States, you guys know that anytime you're like on Martin Luther King Street or Martin Luther King Boulevard, bro, you got to go the other way, bro. Yo, you do not want to be on a Martin Luther King Boulevard. Hey, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Bro, avoid it at all costs. If you're not from the United States, you'd have no idea what I'm talking about. Actually, if you're not from the US, you'd probably think I'm being racist. He's like, well, why is this guy saying Martin Luther King to avoid it? You don't like black people, Evil? What's good, Nomad? But I like the stream. Salute. Yo, salute. Parkway Gardens. All right, guys. I remembered what I was going to say. Guys, make sure that we drop a like on the stream. Subscribe if you're new. hit the notification bell and choose the all option. You hit the noti bell so you don't miss future content and streams, guys. It is time. One Piece 1137 live reaction. This chapter title is Shamrock's Appearing. Let's get it, guys, with the cover story. Ogre Child Yamato's Golden Harvest Surrogate Pilgrimage Volume 23. Let's go to the mysterious hideout. I still say this cover story is mid. This cover story is mid. This cover story is cheeks. I don't care about Yamato. I don't care about Tama. I don't care about Hold'em. I want to see what's going on with Wano. Is Blackbeard gonna invade Wano? Give us something, Oda. This is bland, bro. As of right now, it's mid. Now look, don't get me wrong. If something crazy or something pivotal happens in this cover story, I'm gonna go back. Hey. I'm gonna go back and read this cover story from start to finish again, right? But as of right now, it's just so boring, bro. It's so boring. Actually, chat, how are we gonna start this chapter reaction? We haven't even prayed. Guys, get ready for our prayers. We got to do a quick prayer before we go into the chapter reaction. Guys, the reason why I started streaming late is because I was praying the rosary, and I actually took longer than usual. That's why. And then I had to go make a cup of... Guys, I had to make a cup of coffee. Guys, what are you guys sipping on right now? Chat, are you guys sipping on some water? You guys sipping on some coffee? What's the bevs? What kind of bevs you guys got right now? Weed? Bro, put down the Mary Jane. What's good for fun? What's good, Juan? What's good, Sangeeth? Water? I think every version of Sun God Nika form has different drums, like drums of liberation, drums of war. That's pretty interesting, because like when you think about like Norse culture, don't they have drums of war? Didn't Dorian Broggy do like some drum of war last arc? Took a dabinator on my way to work. Yo, Eli, you're reckless, bro. This man Eli just doesn't care. Your water froze? Henny? Dude, you're not sipping Henny at 11 in the morning, bro. And if you are, I hope you make it through whatever you're going through. Bro said, yo, I just woke up. Good morning. Let me grab my bottle of hen. Bro's on that Hennessy. Bro, what's going on, man? Who broke your heart? World Boss, if you're actually on that Henny, who broke your heart? All right, guys, enough of the jokes, enough of the delay. Let's get our prayer, and then we can start with the chapter reaction. All right, guys? In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Glory be to the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Lord Jesus Christ, thank you for another day of life. Lord Jesus Christ, thank you for giving me breath. Thank you for giving me food, water, shelter, comfort, education, entertainment, protection, guidance, wisdom, resilience, courage, bravery. Lord, thank you for everything that you give me in this life. Lord, I come to you today and ask you to please place your hands on this stream. Lord, please bless this stream. Please allow us to have a very fun time. Lots of love, lots of laughter, lots of ideas, lots of entertainment. Lord, let us come together and enjoy this content and enjoy this stream and become one beautiful family, brothers and sisters under you, Christ. Allow us to grow closer to you, Lord. Please allow me to glorify you in your name. Please allow me to love you and respect you in the way that you deserve, Lord. Bring glory to your name to my last dying breath. Please bless this stream. And finally, Lord, I ask that you show up to everyone in this chat. Lord, I ask that you show up to everyone's life, including the people who haven't made it to the stream yet, that'll visit the stream later. Lord, I ask that you help them through all their struggles in life, whether it's through poverty, relationship problems, familiar problems, career problems, health problems, whatever it is, education. Lord, I ask that you please show up for them, and please give them the power and the strength and the perseverance and the wisdom and the patience and the inner peace, knowing that they're going to make it through whatever it is that they're going through. Lord, please fill them with your love. Please, Lord, let them know that I love them from the bottom of my heart, and most importantly, let them know that you love them. Lord, I trust in you, Lord. Please fill me with the Holy Spirit. Please save me from error. Guide me away from error. Please fill me with the Holy Spirit so I can speak courageously and speak the truth, Lord. Speak your word and do your will, not the will of my own. Lord, thank you for everything that you do. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Do you pray in your head or do you need to say it out loud? You could do it either way. I do it out loud because we're praying together. But like if I'm alone, like solo dolo, I'm praying in my head. Popping bottles just for the stream. All right, fine. If he's popping bottles, if World Boss is sipping Henny just for the stream, all right, fine. Although you probably shouldn't be getting drunk. Do you play Valorant? I haven't played Valorant since like 2021. I haven't played it in a long time. All right, guys, 11:37. All right, officially now we're starting this stream. Chapter 11:37, Shamrock's appearing. The late gentle king, Elbaf, or oh, they spelled it differently. This might be a typo. This is A-U-R-S-T. In the spoilers yesterday, it was A-U-R-U-S-T. Chat, what do we think about this? What do we think about this, guys? They spell it differently. Is this a typo? Was a spoilers typo? See, this is exactly why we need to wait for the official translations. It's been 14 years since King Harold's death. No one has dared to approach this castle since then. Guys, this is the same castle, right? Is this not the same castle that the Holy Knights were in? I'm pretty sure. Oh, dude, I just spilled coffee on my keyboard, chat. Bro. Gosh darn it. Snickerdoodle. Guys, I just... Guys, is this castle in 1137, is this not the same castle that the Holy Knights appeared in? Come on, chat. Let me know. Chat, you guys are so lazy. Give me some answers, bro. Adnan, Wizdro, welcome in. I love you guys. Give me some answers. Is this the same castle? I'm pretty sure it is. Was it 1134 that they appeared in the castle? It was 1134. Yup, it's the same exact castle. Look, 1134. We see that boom, the lightning strike on the castle, and then they're there. And then I have to put this overlay, guys, because if I don't, YouTube takes the stream down. We see the castle here. Okay, so listen. I was right. I was correct. I made this prediction. Not prediction per se. Well, sort of prediction. Sort of guesstimation that the Straw Hats were going to the same castle as the Holy Knights. But guys, just as a minor W, it's just a little baby W. It's a lowercase W. It's not an uppercase W. This isn't a Blackbeard as an octopus. This is a little baby W. Lone Sigma, what's good, brother? Hi, Evil. Just wanted to say how much I enjoy your One Piece theory videos. Your deep dives into the story and your unique perspectives always keep me hooked. Appreciate it, brother. Also wanted to thank you for something even more personal. You often mention Christianity and its themes in your videos, and your words really resonated with me because of the way you talked about your faith and how it connects to storytelling in life. I started exploring Christianity myself, and it's changed my life in incredible ways. Hey, W, man. Hey, W, brother. God bless you, Lone Sigma. I hope that Christ keeps establishing your steps. Keep learning more, Lone Sigma. Keep looking into the manuscripts of the Bible and figure out like, hey, wait a second. No one ever told me that the manuscripts of the Gospels were written in the lifetime of the apostles. Whoa. You start to wonder. You start to think of like, I don't want to get too deep and go on a rant, but you start learning all these things about the Bible and the apostles. Why were these guys willing to die for something that they would have known was a lie? That's just not realistic. Keep learning, brother. And Lone Sigma, the way I see the Bible and Jesus's statements, I think it's clear to me that the Catholic Church is the true church of Jesus Christ. That was the church that Christ established on earth. It is the Catholic Church. We see all the early church fathers, the apostolic fathers, all of them preach the same exact doctrines as the Catholic Church. All of them. It's not even a debate. The Protestant Reformation in the 1500s, like 1517, that's why we have a million Christian denominations. But Other than that, Lone Sigma, I pray that you start going to mass. Look for a Catholic church. Put your faith in that church, as long as it goes well. If you don't have a creepy father or something, but yeah, Jesus is definitely having the church protected. Jesus promised that the gates of Hades will never prevail against the church. He made that promise. Who told you they died? Lots of people. There's a lot of letters from the 1st and 2nd century about them dying. Yeah, I don't want ants on my keyboard, brother. Guys, how we doing? How we doing though? How we doing, chat? How we doing? Chat, can you guys just, before we continue, can you guys just let me know how you're doing, guys? How are you doing? Are you guys doing good? Are we doing all right? Is it morning time for you guys? You just waking up? You guys tired? You guys sleepy? Is it nighttime? How we feeling, guys? How we feeling? Serious question. I'm not just saying it because, like, oh, YouTuber, of course he wants to look good. No. I'm actually asking you guys, like, how are we feeling? Good day to be alive. Johan, welcome back, brother. Eric, what's good, brother? He says, wonderful. I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing great. Appreciate you asking, bro. Better than your keyboard. My keyboard is in shambles right now. It's in shambles, no lie. Get it. Shambles, law. It's in shambles, but no law. Forget it. Oh, bro just got a workout. Gambit. Bro getting that good pump. Gambit, was it chest day, back day, leg day? I hope you read the Bible. Of course, brother. Of course. You got to stay in the word, man. Reading the Bible is like pretty much the greatest way to learn about Jesus. Like in my head, like I can't think of a way where you would know Jesus without the Bible. I mean, like, look online, right? People post blatant lies about Jesus. Nah, guys, look at all the concern for my keyboard. Yo, you better clean your keyboard. You better clean your keyboard. Don't get ants on your keyboard. Guys, listen, I got a little paper towel right here. I wiped it. Thank you for caring so much about my keyboard. Cardio session. That's good, brother. Your faith and how it connects to storytelling in life. I started exploring Christianity myself, and it's changed my life in incredible ways. How beautiful, man. How beautiful. How beautiful. I'm happy for you guys. Amuni was good, brother. He says terrible because of work. But Amuni, did you just go in to work, or did you just get out of work? I would unplug my keyboard, but it has like a wire that goes around the desk. So it would be a mess. I would have to like unplug it from underneath my desk. It's just because I used to have a Ducky keyboard. For any of you guys that know the Ducky keyboards, I used to have one. Best keyboard I ever had in my life. It was so expensive. It was I don't want to get sidetracked. Look, we're already getting distracted. We're talking about Bible. We're talking about manuscripts. We're talking about my keyboard. I used to have a Ducky keyboard. It was a while ago, like an M2 Ducky V2 or something like that. Bro, such an amazing keyboard. I loved it. And I spilled water on it and it got destroyed. So then I was like, whatever, bro. I'm just gonna get a random keyboard. I went to Target and I just bought some random Razer keyboard. What's good, Jay? Well, hey, bro, why are you not uploading theories? It's because I don't feel passionate about any of the ideas that I have. I feel like ever since the Egghead Island arc arrived, there's not that many ideas that I feel like I'm passionate to upload, right? Because if you think about my channel, right, I generally upload like bigger, important things in reference to the story when it comes to the theories. So like Blackbeard's true nature, that's pretty big for the story. Emu's true nature, that's pretty big for the story. What the One Piece is, I've done. Where Laugh-Tale is, I've done. You know, like when you look at my theories, it's all like the bigger, most important things in the story. But ever since Egghead, like there hasn't been anything to say. Now we know what the Gorosei's monster form looks like. Even now, we know that Shanks has a brother named Shamrock. Maybe that opens some possibilities for things. But also, Vegapunk, we can't really make Vegapunk theories anymore because we got the answers. So yeah, the only things left is what? Blackbeard, Emu, Dragon. and Shanks, it's like, okay, well, how many more theories do we have to make about Blackbeard, Emu, and Shanks? You know, it's getting very repetitive. And to those of you guys that have been watching One Piece theories for multiple years, I think you guys can testify to this, right? How many more Blackbeard theories do we need? Like, there's probably 100,000 Blackbeard theories out there, spanning from like Twitter to Reddit to YouTube to Worst Gen to TikTok. Is just, you know, it's just I don't have some passionate driving force towards specific theories. Saint Eddie D. Weevil with the 2. Been told y'all I retired from theories. Bro, shut up, man. Been told y'all I retired from theories, says Saint Eddie D. Weevil. Guys, I am not a Weevil fan. I'm not a saint. I'm not Charlos. Can we ban? Why is he not banned yet? Why is he still in the chat? Saint Eddie D. Weevil, how is he not banned? Thank you for the super chat, brother. Johan says he wants peace and Jesus. He decided to change to get closer to the religion he went around One Piece because he had all the answers in the Bible. Wow, Johan, I actually love that comment. But, you know, pardon me, Johan, I feel like I didn't even choose to change. I feel like Jesus changed me. He's giving you money. Yo, salute. Salute, St. Eddie D. or Charlos Weevil. St. Eddie D. Weevil. Weevil and Evil do look similar now that I think about it. Bro, the whole chat is jumping me. OP Fanatic, can you please take my side? Please, brother. Please. Oh, OP Fanatic, I have a question about literally the first panel of the chapter. OP Fanatic, over here in the info box, it says Elbaf Orst Castle. OP Fanatic, I don't want to put you guys on the spotlight because this is OP chapters, but can you confirm that it's O-U-R-S-T and not O-U-R-U-S-T? Because that's important. We want to look that up and try to do some digging. Are we sure that like that's not a typo? Because in the spoilers it said O-U-R-U-S-T, but here there's no second U. Can you confirm, OP Fanatic? I say we mod Weevil. I appreciate it, OP Fanatic. You're a legend. Thank you. And guys, follow OP Fanatic 2025 on Twitter. You get the earliest One Piece news about the movies, the anime, the spoilers. OP Fanatic 2025. Beautiful comment, Eric. I would love to read that out loud, but I want to stick to the chapter. Guys, it's been like, how long's it been? Like 30 minutes or one panel into the chapter? Guys, read Eric Hernandez's comment. All right. Or at least that's what it was supposed to be. The gate was clearly forced open, and there are no guards around here. What? Was there trouble? That wasn't the work of invaders. The gate was destroyed from the inside. Look at this. Yo, this man Zoro got the brains, bro. I don't want to ever see someone tell me that Zoro is dumb, that Zoro is slow, Zoro has low IQ. Zoro is a genius, bro. Look at Zoro. This wasn't the work of invaders. The gate was destroyed from the inside. Zoro is so genius. Zoro is stronger than Luffy. Zoro is smarter than Robin. Zoro is hotter than Nami. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's getting clipped. Guys, I'm joking. We don't play for that team. We'll only know if we go in. All right, Luffy-kun. Key, and these marks aren't old. Hey, wait a minute. This place scares me. Road, really? Road, this is literally your castle of your country. And Road's scared of his own castle. What do you mean evil is gay? Bro, I was kidding, man. It's a joke. It's a joke, bro. I think men are disgusting. Men are repulsive. To any gay guy out there, I don't know how you rock that way, but men are disgusting, bro. Hey, yo! L, I didn't mean it like that. I meant like, when I said hot, I meant like, you know, like the heat, right? Because I live in Florida. So it's always like super hot. It's like super humid in the middle of the day. You're outside and you're sweating. You know, like it's so warm, you know, like cuz I'm a Florida boy, you know? So when I was speaking about Zoro being hot, I didn't mean attractive. I meant like warmth, you know, like and like he has fire attacks, right? Zoro has fire attacks. Like we've seen Zoro swing his sword and there's like a fire blast. It's that. All right? Thank you for the super. Hold up, Luffy is stronger, and pause on that Nami comment. Guys, it's just a meme. Have you heard about the movie Caramageddon? No, I've never heard about that. What is that? What about Elon Musk's salute? I mean, I would love to talk about that, but we'll be talking about that all day. All I'm gonna say is that the hoax was a complete lie. Sometimes people get made into a villain when they were actually a hero. There's lots of propaganda. Propaganda? How about I get a propaganda at those? I'm not gonna say it. I'm just kidding. Look, bro. World War II is a lie. Certain people are deemed as villains when they're actually heroes. There's lots of propaganda. Go watch Europa, The Last Battle. If you go and you watch that documentary, you will never look at life or World War II the same ever again. I highly doubt Elon is red-pilled like that. Elon seems like a very awkward, like cringy kind of guy. I don't know what he's on, but hey, whatever, bro. It is funny though because I don't know if you guys saw like a few weeks ago, maybe like a week or two ago, Ian Carroll. Do you guys know who Ian Carroll is? The white guy, the conspiracy theorist guy with like the big mustache, Ian Carroll. You guys know Ian Carroll? He was actually tweeting back and forth with Elon, and Elon had a tweet with 10,000 likes, and then Ian Carroll responded to Elon, and Ian's response had 135k likes. So Elon had 10, Ian Carroll had 135. That is a gigantic ratio. And basically, Ian Carroll was red pilling Elon Musk on Israel and the Jews. And now we see Elon Musk throw up the salute. Like, that's wild. That's actually insane. But I don't want to go deeper on that because that's a whole long discussion. It is pretty wild, though, I guess. You've seen Zoro swinging his sword. Listen, that's not what I meant, bro. I'm talking about Enma. I'm talking about Wado Ichimonji. All right, next panel. Road, where's the key? I don't know. I'm just a man. I've never had the privilege of entering this castle. But I'm glad you're here. Look at Nami trying to sweet talk, man. Really, Nami Tasso? I agree, but keep walking. Ooh, bro, why is this giving me... I know like when we were reading the spoilers, I said that I was getting Thriller Bark vibes, but now I'm getting Shandora vibes, bro. Would you put up the salute for $5,000 in public? Dude, listen, I don't want to have a whole big rant and get distracted. All I'm going to say is that 99% of humans, maybe not 99, the percent is actually going down. 95% of humans have the total wrong, propagandized, lying, or lied version of World War II in history. So they would be extremely upset. They would probably punch me and shoot me and kill me and stab me because they got successfully propagandized. They got brainwashed by MSM. And I don't really want to deal with that. So I don't know. I'd probably turn it down. Me, myself, I've been red pilled. I've watched Europa, The Last Battle. Right? I don't get butthurt if someone throws that up because I know what it actually means. But with that being said, the question is, do I want to deal with angry, brainwashed people for $5,000? I don't know. I don't think you could get arrested for that, could you? Guys, if you were in the US, right, you have freedom of speech, right? First Amendment. If you went out in the street and you threw up the salute, you wouldn't be arrested, would you? I don't think you would. Hey, Zedeko, how you doing, bro? But yeah, guys, I'm getting Shandora vibes. I'm getting Shandora vibes. When you guys see road walking through this castle. You got the structures. This reminds me of Shandora, like when Robin got to Shandora and there was grass everywhere and they stripped the whole area of gold. I don't know why I'm getting like the same vibe. Let me see. But it can go either way. Okay, thank you so much, OP Fanatic. Thank you. So guys, we have an update. In the first panel of the chapter where it says Elbaf Orst Castle, it can be spelled like how we see it in the chapter, or you could spell it with the U after the R. So it could be Orst Castle or Orust Castle. OP Fanatic told me that his translator took the translation as Orust, but it can go either way. All right, guys. So if we're going to make theories, right, if we're going to Google Orust Castle to see if that exists in real life to then make an Elbaf theory, it can be O-U-R-S-T, or it could be, I mean, U, or it could be A, wait, did I say O? Scratch that. It could be spelled A-U-R-S-T, or it could be spelled A-U-R-U-S-T. All right, chat. So we should definitely look that up, see if we could find some information. Oh, so this is the castle. Being here leaves me excited and terrified at the same time. Were those ruins also the work of the invaders? No, actually. This happened as a result of the violent fight between King Harold and Loki. And the marks of the battle remains like this. Bro, they destroyed this castle. Yo, Loki, man. Loki might be top 5 in One Piece. Loki might be top 5. Call out these lurkers in chat. Yeah. Why are you guys lurking? Guys, I know there's some of you guys, hella you guys viewing the stream. Why aren't you guys typing in chat? If you are lurking in the stream, make yourself known. Just say what's up in the chat. Just say sup. Drop a like on the stream as well. Don't be stingy. Give me your likes. Give me your likes. But guys, this man Loki, he's probably top 5, bro. You needed all of the giants of Elbaf, all the warrior giants to come together just to restrain him. You also needed Shanks to come restrain him and lock him up. You needed a Yonko to do that. Then he has Future Sight. He has a Devil Fruit. This man Loki's broken. Appreciate it, Alex. Thank you, brother. God bless. Twitch clips. What's good, brother? Maybe they're just at work. Yeah, who's at work right now? Who's at work? Kaido didn't mention him. Yeah, but doesn't it seem that Kaido mentioned people that he had interactions with? Or at least it's kind of implied. Or at least people with super, like, have like a super notable status. Because I think like we could look at Loki and we might not say he's top 5, but we could, all of us, we could look at Loki and be like, yeah, this dude's extremely powerful, right? Even if you guys wouldn't agree that Loki's top 5, you guys would agree that he's obviously powerful, right? They needed all of the giant warriors to come together just to restrain Loki. On top of that, they needed Shanks. On top of that, he has Future Sight. On top of that, he's a giant. On top of that, he has the Devil Fruit. Whoa. Why your side chat messages are slow? I don't know, man. As far as I know, there's no settings for that. I used like a little chat overlay to do that, to put it on the screen right here, but there's no speed or update or anything like that. It might actually have a delay, Vizwa, because if someone says something really crazy in chat, a mod would delete it before it pops up on here. Because I know some chat overlays, they have like that function or whatever. Maths, what's good, brother? How you doing? Loki stronger than Big Mom? Whoa, hey, I don't know if I want to go that far. Guys, who's stronger, Big Mom or Loki? I don't know about that one. Zoro, we got our vice captain. What a destructive power, huh? Loki's a monster, but King Harold is a man who became known as a great warrior. Destruction was inevitable. Wow, how big? What's that? Yo, you get these 2 panels of Nami and Luffy right here. Guys, they're looking at me. Loki is Yonko level? What do you mean? Wait. Low Yonko level. What is low Yonko level? Aren't they kind of interchangeable? Putting Buggy aside, aren't they like interchangeable? Loki got the narrative on his side. We just need to see his betrayal. Wait, isn't that the same thing though? Like he's being portrayed as powerful? That's the narrative? What happened between 14 years and 6 years ago with Loki? Do we know anything? No, we don't know that much. Or we don't know about that period. Man, I got the hiccups, bro. Give Loki to... Wait, Yoki. Yoki. Who's Yoki? Loki is aura farming. Lucas, how you doing, brother? Matt C, what's good, brother? Elijah, welcome back, King. Welcome back, Adnan. Loki 100. They're looking at your nose. Guys, do I have a big nose? Do I have a hooked nose? Guys, is my nose too big? Do I have a big nose? No? Alright, next panel. What a pile of giant skeletons, huh? But of course, on that day, there were many soldiers in the castle. More than 100 soldiers killed by Loki. And of them all, only Ja Rule-sama and Loki himself remained. After this event, the castle doors were shut, and any entrance here was strictly forbidden. Yo, this dude Loki is him, bro. This man Loki is him. Himothy. Loki's from the Himalayas of Elbaf, bro. Loki ain't from Elbaf, he's from Himbaf, bro. This man, Loki, has so much portrayal on his side, it's insane, bro. There's no way Oda would fumble Loki's strength, man. There's no way. Unlike Kaido, Loki actually killed people, bro. Look at Kaido, right? Let's take a second and let's look at Kaido. Let's look at Kaido, right? Kaido says, "Death is what completes a person." Wait, but Kaido, you didn't even complete anybody, bro. World's strongest creature, Kaido, proclaims that death is what completes a person. Okay, Kaido, who did you complete? I hear crickets. He completed Luffy? Guys, would we say that he completed Luffy? L might have actually got me there. Because I do believe that Luffy died in Wano. But he didn't die. He died, but he didn't die. Man, L, I really hate you, bro. I can't stand you, L. Like, L, you're on my naughty list, bro. Kai, what's good, brother? What's good, I-Fi? They said evil looks like Phineas. Looks like Phineas from the side. Three's descendants might be from Persia. Nah, actually, I traced back my ancestry. My ancestry actually goes to, if I'm not mistaken, Spain. It goes to Europe, and there is actually a dynasty. My family actually had a dynasty. They actually had like a mini castle that still actually exists. I'm actually not kidding. My family dynasty, they have like this, like it's like a small little castle out in Europe, and they were actually a Christian dynasty. I'm not joking. I'm not kidding. You guys can look it up. It wasn't a huge castle. It wasn't a Rothschild's castle. It's like a mini castle. It's still standing. I should go visit it, right? Were they were conquered by Spaniards? Well, yes and no, because I have Mexican blood, but my family surname comes from Spain. So yes and no. Bro sent in his DNA for the ancestry test. Nah, I didn't do that. I looked up my surname. I traced back my surname. Bro, Spain literally colonized us. I mean, look at how Mexico was, bro. They were putting little babies on the altar, killing the baby, sacrificing it to the gods. Like, bro, like, I don't know about that one, bro. Hey, I'm sorry, Mexico. You guys needed some Christians out there, bro. You guys were wild, bro. Cannibals out there. Human sacrifices. I don't know, man. You guys were. Hey, I'm Mexican. I could call it out, bro. I'm gonna call it how I see it. You guys are wild, bro. Put a little baby on the altar, slaughter the baby. I don't know, dude. Exterminated. I don't think that's entirely true. I'm pretty sure they went and they spreaded the Christian faith. You know, the reason why Christianity is so prevalent in Mexico isn't because of slaughtering and people getting wiped off the map. It was actually because of the what's the word, the not the pariticians of Mary of Guadalupe, the parishioners. What's the word I'm looking for? There was a whole event where people saw Mother Mary, and then they spoke to Mother Mary, and then they had like all these flowers, and they made her what's the word I'm looking? Apparitions of Mary, the apparitions of Guadalupe. And that's actually why millions of people became Christian. But anyways, like how OP Fanatic said, guys, let's stay on topic, bro. We're only like 2 pages into the chapter. We're never gonna finish this. Where were we? So here must be a nest for the Onryos. Onryos. It's not Onis? No, Onryo are vengeful spirits in Japanese folklore. Oh, it's a spirit. So Onryo isn't the same thing as Oni. Onryo and Oni are 2 different things. Because Onis are like giants, like demons, right? Like little devils. But then Onryos are spirits. Hey, look, everyone. Look at the size of the skeleton. Bro, that's a mini oars. And there's a horn growing out of this one. These are the warriors who possess the blood of the ancient giants. The pure-blooded ones no longer exist, but those who carry this blood still live. Wait, but that can't be true because Oars is alive. Isn't Oars... Wait, actually, is Oars and Little Oars Jr. both dead? Would you have used the Behelit in your toughest moment? The Behelit. You know, the old me, I probably would have used the Behelit, but the new me, probably not. That's a hilarious question. Guys, is it confirmed that both Oars are dead? Little Oars Jr.? Because I think one of them is actually unconfirmed. Little Oars Jr. and then Oars. Because I think one of them... Okay, so Oars is confirmed to be deceased, right? But I think Little Oars Jr. is actually unclear. Yeah, see, his status is unknown. Ooh. So when they say in this chapter that the pure-blooded ones no longer exist, hey, that might not actually be true. Wouldn't you guys agree that Little Oars Jr. is wouldn't you guys agree that Little Oars Jr. is a pureblood? A pureblood ancient giant? Well, first of all, this dude is bigger than Loki, presumably, and he has the horns. This guy's a pureblood, right? Oars gave birth, or at least actually he couldn't give birth to Little Oars. Yo, who is Little Oars Jr.'s mom, bro? Who the hell is the mom? Do you guys think Little Oars Jr. is Little Oars Jr. is the third? Yeah, my theory is that Little Oars Jr. is the third. He's a freak. Yeah, I think Little Oars Jr. is not Junior. He's actually the third. So his name should be Little Oars the third. And this guy isn't actually the senior. He should be Junior. This should be Oars Jr. This should be Oars the third. Because look at the skulls on his necklace. There's 3. And then his flag says Oars the third. I think there's a secret hidden Oars that was before this guy. And this guy was only 159. I'm pretty sure he dates back to after the Void Century. Yeah, look at this. Ors the Continent Puller was an infamous ancient giant who was born over 500 years prior to the storyline. So if he was from the Void Century, why wouldn't they say he was born over 900 years ago? Born over 1,000 years ago? They don't say that. They say over 500 years ago. That's weird. Like, you would think that, like, if he was from the Void Century, they would say, oh yeah, he was born over 900 years ago. Because he's from the Void Century. He was born over 1,000 years ago, but they don't say that. They say 500. And there is, I don't know why they didn't put citation on this, but when I was rereading Thriller Bark, they actually did point to the idea, or at least they said it flat out, that he was born 500 years prior to the current storyline. So again, why 500 and not 900 or 1,000? There's probably an Ors that preceded him. He precedes, or not preceded from him. This guy proceeds from another one that we don't know about. All right, continuing, it says, I wonder if he was a friend of Ors. Believe it or not, King Harold was enormous and very strong. Wow, look up there. This brings back memories. That's a portrait of King Harold, the king who loved peace and wanted to connect Elbaf to the world. This man was known as the best king in the history of Elbaf. Have you touched XXX Tentacion? That's such a weird way of wording it, but I've dapped him up before. We went to the same school together. We were friends. That's Kratos? Yeah, bro. So when we were reading the spoilers and they were describing what King Harold would look like, I was imagining that he would look exactly like Kratos. But I'm going to be honest, chat. I don't think this painting of Harold looks like Kratos. Oh, actually... See, what's throwing me off is the mustache. The scars on his head were left after the king had torn off the horns, which were the mark of his ancient giant blood. Yo, this guy's gonna be such a legend, bro. I hope we get like a full-fleshed like backstory, man, on like Loki killing him. I bet you this guy is like a King Riku. This guy's a King Riku. This guy's a King Cobra. This guy is a Gonfall. I bet you this guy is so based, bro. I bet you he's not evil. People, One Piece fans that think he's evil and that he was actually a bad guy are the ones that are saying that because they want Loki to be good. I bet you this guy is going to be so based, bro. I bet you he's going to actually be a good guy. He actually believes like, yo, no more wars. We need unity. We need peace. We need harmony in the One Piece world. We need to come together. We are all one. I bet you he is a good guy. He's based, bro. 1 in chat if you think he's a good based guy. 2 in chat if you disagree because you're a bozo. I wish One Piece had dwarves. I mean, it basically does. The Tentata. The Tentata are basically dwarves, right? Like, come on. It's like the same thing. Cap X was born 98. You were born 92. I wasn't born 92. And even if I was born 92, that doesn't... Well, actually, no. If I was born 92, then I would be too old to go to the same school. No, I wasn't born in 92. I don't know where you got that from. I was born at the end of 96. Just realized Luffy and Gecko Moria are the only two to see both Ors and Little Ors Jr. Ah, yeah, that's actually interesting. Do these guys even know about Ors? That's actually a great point. Who was it that just said that? Karu, that's a great point. Like Loki, King Harold, Road, do these guys even know about Ors and Little Ors Jr.? Sean Terry said Raizo's kind of a dwarf. I wouldn't really say he's a dwarf. I mean, he seems like a shorter human. I wouldn't say a dwarf, though. He's more like Oda's depicting Raizo not as a dwarf. He's like depicting him as a ninja. You know? I don't think Oda is using Raizo as like a dwarf ninja. You know? What do you think the limits on Luffy being because he doesn't know his fruit's name? Wait, RD Box, can you reword that? what you think to the limits on Luffy being because he doesn't know his fruit's name. Could you reword that question? I don't know what you're talking about. In 1996, did you have computers or no? It was probably the first ever computers, but I wouldn't really know unless I looked in the history books. If I looked on what people wrote about that day, because obviously I wouldn't know what life was like when I was a baby. But yeah, when I was a little kid, I grew up with computers. Like, do you think his powers are limited? Time limit, old form, because he doesn't know the true name of his fruit? Well, I wouldn't say that Luffy not knowing the true name of his fruit is why he can't use the Nika fruit to the max potential. I don't think those are entirely connected. I think like Luffy using his fruit to the maximum potential requires him to use it more, learn the intricacies of it more, um, get used to the taxation on his body. I don't think it has to do like, oh, it's because you don't know the name, that's why you're not good with it. You know, I don't think that's entirely connected. We had those fat computer monitors back in 96. Bro, those fat computer monitor. I remember like in school, like they had like the Macintosh computers and they had the Netscape. Bro, the internet was so slow. Who knew the internet would have turned out to what it is or turned out to be what it is now? I don't know. Sometimes I think the internet was a mistake. You look at TikTok, you look at rap music, you look at OnlyFans, you look at all this degeneracy. You're just thinking, bro, the internet was a mistake, man. So, dwarves can't be ninjas? I mean, they can be ninjas, but like there's no information, there's no background, there's no like any there's no indication or anything like that that uh that Raizo would be a dwarf, especially when you put it into context of Tantaras. Like even if you would say that Dwight or Raizo is pretty short, well, he's nowhere near as short as the Tantaras. Like Raizo is huge compared to the Tantaras. So if you think about Tantaras and you're not willing to grant them being dwarves, but you grant Raizo being a dwarf, that seems a little strange. But I don't know, that's just how I see it, bro. Cartoon Network Flash games, hell yeah, bro. If you guys were ever on the Cartoon Network website, like when it first started many moons ago, that was lit, bro. I remember being a little kid going on the Cartoon Network and a Nickelodeon site, Disney Channel site, just playing the games on the website. It was fire, bro. Undead 2 with the $2. Thank you so much, brother. God bless you for the super chat. Did you see that Nika has wings behind his shield? I did not see that. Whoa. Hold on, I gotta pull that up. I don't think I paid too much attention to that. Nika had wings behind his shield? I see these as clouds. You know, like the clouds that Luffy has around his neck. Cause look, you see how it's like around his arm? You see? There's a name for that. I forgot what they call it, because Shirahoshi has something similar. I don't really think that they're wings, per se. I mean, they could be. It could be wings, but I personally, I think they're the clouds. Yeah, thank you, Jordan. The Hagoromo scarf. I feel that it's the Hagoromo scarf, but chat, let me know what you think. Do you guys think these are wings or the Hagoromo scarf, like the clouds that Luffy has? And you said look closer, but I mean, I'm not really seeing anything. This just seems like the clouds that go around his arms and like around his head. I'm not saying it's not wings. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's wings. It could be wings. Just because I don't think it's wings doesn't mean it's not wings. I could be wrong, but like, you know, when I look at Luffy in his Gear 5 form, he doesn't have wings, and it looks exactly like this. But that's just my opinion. You don't have to agree. In the middle where the shield is. Let me see. In the middle. Okay, so in the middle where the shield is. Like over here? I don't know. Hey, can you, Undead, can you like outline it or draw it for us and post it on my Discord? Join my Discord server, post it in the general chat, like draw on the panel like with red or something. Because I'm not seeing it, brother. I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. Man, guys, I don't know if anyone knows like a medical condition, but guys, like I put my hand down on like my mattress, like down because I went to go reach for something like this. And like I like stretched a little bit of the muscle right here and it hurts, bro. It feels like sore and it's kind of red. Does anyone know if there's like a medical term for that? It's like red right there. It's kind of light right now. You don't see it that much. But like yesterday and the day before it was like super red. Like I put my hand down. Like if I like this, when I stretch my hand out like this, it brings pain there. And no, it's not beating. I'm right-handed anyways. Bro, you guys are so immature, bro. I'm right-handed anyways, man. This is the lucky arm. This is the magical arm. Y'all are so immature. Sapphire scales. All right, let's continue with the... Oh, wait. We had one more super chat. Ella with the 5. Thank you, brother. God bless you. Thank you, brother. God bless. He says, in one Norse tale, Odin sacrificed Balder to the underworld. Harold and Loki are probably influenced by this tale. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Odin would... The Odin in Norse mythology would inspire the character of Loki a little bit. And then Balder plays into Harold. So then that necessarily means Loki would have sacrificed Harold. Yeah, I see where you're getting at. That's actually really interesting, Al. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Nah, I misread that. Wait. What did you misread? Something else? Underworld lore. Shout out to our boy L with the cooking. Hey, Hunt Predator. Welcome back, bro. I don't know, man. I'm actually about to trim. Here in like a few days, I'm gonna trim this down, man, and try to clean up the stash, bro. I'm probably gonna trim, man, because it's not looking as sexy as I needed to look. You know, I gotta look sexy for my wife. Get a cream that helps with stretch wounds. That's what it is? Stretch wound? Because like when I open my palm like hard like this, actually you could kind of see it better. Like I stretched my hand out like this because I went to reach for something. A lot of pain. You must have vaped the gum fruit. All right, guys, let's focus back on the chapter, okay? So we see King Harold. The scars on his head were left after the king had torn off the horns, which were the mark of his ancient giant blood. For the ancient giants were intrinsically connected to the era of wars. He had horns, such a determination. Everyone was hopeless when the king passed away, but the one who hated Loki the most and still seeks revenge is Hiruden, King Harold's other son. What? Really? So that means he's Loki's brother. He's a half-brother. Before the queen consort married the king, Hiruden was born to another woman. However, Hiruden's mother was not granted permission by Elbaf to become the queen consort. Why? Because she was born in another giant kingdom. But she's a giant too, so what's the big deal? She was a giant too, but don't you humans also fight each other over land? Yeah. The blood of giants from other lands would taint the blood of Elbaf. You discriminate a lot, huh? Even against humans? Yo, the giants are like the most racist people. Yo, the giants discriminate against fishmen. They discriminate against humans. They discriminate against themselves. Oh my, yo. They discriminate over everybody. You know what? King Harold was probably like, yo, I'm ending this discrimination. And Loki was like, no, keep the discrimination. But you're different, Namitaso. I'm not happy about that, you trash. Then why are you on the ship of the dirty blood, Hybruden? That's because it's Road, that otaku. Bwee. You're really good. You could draw maps. Look at that. Teach me how to do it. Be my friend. What? Friend? Unlike me, he's a very honest man. Even though he was the king's son, he couldn't live in the castle. Even though his mother was mistreated because she was a foreigner, he endured it all and still said, I will unite all the giant tribes of this world. Beautiful. Beautiful. See, Loki didn't want that, bro. Loki was like, nah, I'm gonna keep the giants under my wing. I'm gonna be the king of the giants. All you guys are gonna be my slaves. You are my slave. You're nothing better. You're not more, not less. You are my slave. Bow down and serve me. That was the type of timing that Loki was on. And guess what? King Harold wasn't on that timing. So Loki said, nah, bro, I'm going to kill my father because I want your devil fruit and I want slaves. This man, Loki, is probably a microcosm of Emu and Joy Boy. Yeah. Joy Boy wanted to unite all the people. Joy Boy wanted to end the wars. Joy Boy wanted unity and harmony and wanted education just like King Harold. And Emu said, nah, I need the discrimination. I want to be king. I want the slaves. Watch, Emu and Joy Boy, the macrocosm to the microcosm that is Loki and Hybruden. And I guess Loki and Harold. Chapter is broken on OP scans. Is it actually? It works fine for me. Where do you read the chapter from? The link's at the top of the chat. It's pinned. Guys, make sure you like the stream. Everyone here, if you're enjoying the content, if you're having a good time, if you're having a nice day, chat, like the stream, please. Let's get some likes in. Let's get 100 likes. I will be the king of all the giant tribes. Whoa. Woo. I know you can do it. Hybruden. I want to make his dream come true. So you're understanding how boring. Ah ha 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 ha. Hey guys, come here. There are giants here. Yo, you know what? My bet is Hybruden is gonna die by the end of the arc. One of two options. Either in the future, Hybruden ends up becoming the king of Elbaf, or Hybruden dies this arc. Watch. Either Hybruden becomes the king of Elbaf in a similar either Hybruden becomes the king of Elbaf in a similar way to Momonosuke. Hybruden plays the Momonosuke role, or Hybruden dies this arc. Yo, they're gonna throw that man Loki and Impel down this time. The sun god needs to destroy the old world to rule the new world. We don't know if Loki has good intentions as a ruler or not. Yeah, but Loki is trying to destroy all things for the sake of his own power, his own glory, his own superiority. In terms of Joy Boy Nika destroying the world and bringing liberation, it's destroying the world in the sense that you're destroying these power-hungry establishments. So like with Luffy destroying Dressrosa, for an example, he was destroying the power that allowed the Don Quixote pirates to rule the kingdom. That's why at the very end of the Dressrosa arc, they said that amid the rubble, the people were still happy because a new world was born. Sometimes you need destruction to bring a new beginning. Like it was saying that at the end of the Dressrosa arc. So if we're going to talk about Nika being Luffy therefore destroying the world, I think it's in the context of destroying Marijua, destroying the power structure that's in place controlling the world. All these arcs are a microcosm to the bigger picture, which is Luffy destroying the world government, destroying Marijua. So destroying the power structure that controls the world is therefore technically destroying the world. We got Wing Wei in the chat. Let's go, Wing Wei. Welcome back, brother. And we got L with the 5. Thank you so much for the super chat. Chessmate. Welcome back, Chessmate. In Norse mythos, Loki kills his half-brother, Balder, which starts Ragnarok. I said earlier that Balder could be Hyrule. Okay, so I misunderstood you then. Okay, I misunderstood you then. L, that is a fire take, bro. In Norse mythology, Loki kills his half-brother. Mind blown. Are you guys getting it now? In Norse mythology, Loki kills his half-brother to start the Ragnarok War. In One Piece, there's a character named Loki, inspired by Norse mythology, who has a half-brother. L. Amazing, immaculate, stellar, gorgeous, sexy, beautiful, pretty take right there, bro. What did you miss? You just missed L's last super chat. That is one of my favorite takes of Elbaf. That's literally just too perfect. That is just too. Is that too good to be true? Chat, is that just too good to be true? So Loki in Norse mythology just so happens to have a half-brother, and then Loki in One Piece just so happens to have a half-brother, and this whole chapter is talking about how they're half-brothers? Bro. Alright, well now I know my answer, L. Hyrule dies by the end of this arc. Maybe they'll crown Luffy as the king of Elbaf. He'll be Nika anyways. He's Nika anyways. He's the true sun god anyway. They said even back in Little Garden that they dispute their problems with the sun god, with the god of their land, the king of their land, which is the sun god. Yo mods, are there any mods that could drop an invite link to my Discord server in the stream chat for me, please? I would greatly appreciate it. Please, mods, drop a link to the Discord for Undead D. Who's Thor? It has to be our boy NL. NL's coming back, baby. NL's coming back. 1's in chat if NL comes back. 2's in chat if you disagree because you're a bozo. Ella said Loki is Balder's half-brother because Odin takes him in as a son in some tales. I mistyped what I meant. My bad. I'm at work. All right, L. I forgive you, brother. I still love that theory, because Balder's powers is connected with the light / sun, Hyrule and Luffy connection. Interesting. L. I always, because L, you know, you've heard me say this 1,000 times. I'm preaching to the choir. Whenever I'm taking inspiration from the real world, or whenever Oda's taking inspiration from the real world and applying it to One Piece, he doesn't always make every single detail about the source applicable to his storyline. So you always got to draw the line of what is Oda willing to take from this subject and apply it to the story. So in terms of Balder being connected to the light or sun, maybe it's not because Luffy is going to be connected to Hyrule. Maybe it's more about how he wants to be the sun god. You know, all the giants there of Elbaf, they want to be the sun god. So, you know, maybe it ties into that, you know, because Oda's been presenting that. All these giants, they want to be the sun god. They want to be Nika. And that's apparently like all their goals. So maybe like Oda is using it in that way, you know. I would probably lean towards that idea. 3, maybe I'm a fence sitter. What's good, PB&J? The only 2 pre-time skip main antagonists that haven't reappeared is Magellan and Eneru. Yeah, Magellan is so cool, man. Magellan is one of the sickest antagonists, bro. And that dude is a monster, bro. Bro, Magellan clapped Luffy in Blackbeard. Could you imagine if Magellan became a Holy Knight and he got like some hockey training or something? Bro, Magellan would be a problem. Magellan, actually, now that I think about it, Magellan is probably one of the most underrated characters. Like, I'm telling you, if, like, let's say not Hiruden. Why did I say Hiruden? Let's say Magellan was trained by Rayleigh in hockey or something. This man Hiruden, why do I keep saying Hiruden? This man, Magellan would be a problem. He already is a problem. I think like Magellan claps most people. He doesn't clap the whole cast, obviously, but Magellan claps a lot of people. Can any modern day Straw Hat beat Magellan? Like, guys, who do you have in a 1v1? Usopp versus Magellan. Who do you have? I don't think I'm going with Usopp. All right, King J said to check DMs. We're going to check DMs with King J, guys. And then we are going to continue with the chapter. So King J says, theory, Hiruden eats Loki's fruit. Loki is 100% a good guy after having all those animal friends. His backstory gives me Odin vibes. In Dressrosa, Hiruden said that he needs the Mera no Mi to become the king of giants. In this chapter, he mentioned that he wants to be the king of giants from all nations. His past of being oppressed for being a half outsider is a perfect plot opener for him to eventually be the king of giants. Morge theorized Loki's fake sun god fruit might be taken by Blackbeard in the future, and we get a good sun god Luffy versus a bad sun god Blackbeard. I now think that after Blackbeard's death, Hiruden will eat that fruit and become the king. Very, very interesting thing. Very, very interesting theory here, King J. I still gotta say, I love the idea that L presented, King J. I don't know, I think you were here. Loki in Norse mythology has a half-brother named Balder, and Loki ends up killing Balder. And what do we see in One Piece? Loki is a character with a half-blood brother. So I really, really like that take. If that's not true, if that is false, if that is incorrect, King J, I'll go with your take, because you offered a really good point. Hiruden wanted the Mera no Mi, the flame fruit. So that already makes you think, okay, sun god. And then you mentioned being the king of the giants. It's a very fun take too. L, or not L, well, I guess L as well, but King J, it's a very fun take, but I'm going to be keeping that in mind. All right, guys, let's continue. Where do we leave off? I want to make his dream come true. So you're understanding? How boring. Ah ha ha ha. Hey guys, come here. There are giants here. Elbaf's underworld. All right, chat, here we go. We're in the underworld. We're with the Holy Knights. We're with Loki. Oh, here we go. Oda, you can't fumble. Don't fumble this, Oda. Oda sensei. Don't fumble. Don't fumble, Oda. There's no way he could fumble this, right? Elbaf's underworld. Finally understand? Arf. I already told you. I can't move. Even if I could, it wouldn't make a difference. You commoner. The chance to ascend as a god, no matter how much you desire it, it's an impossible dream. And we are offering it to you now. I bet some of you sickos out there, some of you dirty boys, would wish you could be stepped on by Gunko. Mojestic. Noob the God, welcome in. Welcome you guys. You commoner. All right, so she's stepping. She has an arrow coming out of her. It's bro. Everyone's thinking about the little demon tail, the little devil tail that Emu used, presumably Emu, when he stabs Cobra. It's going after our boy Loki. Dang it! Again? Okay, we see the arrow flying around. It's coming at full speed toward the right side of my face. And just as I turn my head to the side, then we see Gunko. You're going to use that fist to hit me in the chin. Thanks for the warning. Violence is inevitable when I decide the future of where the arrow will land. However, I could stop it. I'll ask you again, Loki. Will you enlist in the Gods' Knights? Okay, we got her standing in front of Loki. Disappear, you fool! Look at that, Loki. Yo, Loki, he won't bend, he won't fold, bro. Loki won't bend, he won't fold, Mo. He won't do it. Loki won't bend, he won't fold. We got the arrow flying around. Urgh. Boom. Wait, is that arrow going through his skull? We got Gunko spinning. We got the arrow again. Boom. Uppercuts. Uppercuts Loki. Yo, this is so unfair, bro. To the people who were slandering Loki yesterday in the long summary stream, you are so petty, bro. This dude is literally chained to a tree. He can't even do anything. Yes, King J, Loki is him. But yo, there was people slandering Loki. Oh, bro, but Kaido wouldn't be getting beat up by Loki or by Gunko. Kaido wouldn't be taking an uppercut by Gunko. Kaido wouldn't be bleeding. Bro, this dude is literally chained to a tree. Gunko could do her strongest attacks, and Loki can't do anything about it. Someone can walk up to Loki, do their most powerful attack, and Loki, there's nothing he can do about it. He's chained to a tree, bro. And it's probably sea stone chains. It's probably sea stone chains because he has the devil fruit apparently. Like, this is so unfair. Like, I think it's so petty to slander Loki. He can't even move, bro. Guys, am I glazing Loki for this take? Am I glazing, or am I being honest? Am I being realistic? To slander Loki when he's literally chained to a tree, presumably by sea stone chains, is just foolish. Kaido, exactly, I-Fi. Kaido was leaking blood fighting against Luffy, fighting against the rooftop gang. He was already bleeding. He was already taking damage, but he wasn't chained to a tree. Was Kaido chained onto a tree and on rooftop? No, he wasn't. This dude Loki, yeah, you want to do this to Loki? He has to be chained to a dang tree. Loki's tanking. Yo, this is exactly why he's gonna launch the war, bro. Because before these Holy Knights, before Gunko and Shamrock showed up, what did he say? What did he say when he was on the phone with Shaggy? Once I'm free, all hell is gonna break loose. Loki said that. Once I'm free, all hell is gonna break loose, Shaggy. Now they're torturing him. He's gonna be even more upset. And once he's free, he's starting a Ragnarok war. King J said Shanks gave his hand off for Luffy. If Luffy doesn't notice Shamrock's hand and understands that it isn't Shanks, I'm never respecting that bum again. You is glazing, but he gives Zoro vibes, so fair glaze. Shut up, bro. L, shut your mouth. Well, hey, King J, I can see it going either ways. Because Luffy should recognize Shanks. He's known Shanks all his life. Shanks and Luffy created a covenant in the very first chapter when Luffy was 9 years old. I understand that point. He knows Shanks sacrificed the arm. I understand why Luffy should know it's Shanks, or not Shanks, Shamrock. I understand that. But by the same token, Luffy's the same kid who was fooled by fake, was it fake Zoro, fake Robin? Or fake Zoro, fake Frankie, and Return to Shabandi. You guys remember that? The fake Straw Hats? The fake Straw Hats? Luffy was fooled by them. And there's always been this theme throughout the story that Luffy can't tell when someone is a fake with the most obvious disguise. Zoro and Sanji, thank you. Thank you, Vincent and Jay. So that's not new, right? Luffy and Chopper, all throughout the story, when someone wears a stupid little mustache, all of a sudden it's a different person. They wear little goggles, little glasses, all of a sudden it's a different person. This is a reoccurring theme throughout the story. So if Luffy thinks it's Shanks, I understand that. But if Luffy knows it's not Shanks, I still understand that. You know what I mean? Exactly. Karu makes a great point. And Luffy spent time, more time arguably, well, presumably, because we know that Luffy, there's like vague mentions here and there that Luffy knew Shanks prior to chapter 1, right? But I would assume that Luffy has spent more physical time with Zoro and Sanji than with Shanks. But regardless, my bigger argument, I think the best argument, is that, again, throughout the story, it's a recurring theme that Luffy is always being fooled by people's disguises. They put on a mustache. Oh, it's a different person. Who are you? Oh, they put on glasses. Luffy and Chopper are now fooled, right? So when you have Shamrock that's going to look exactly like Shanks, I think it makes sense that Luffy would be fooled. But again, by the same token, Shamrock doesn't have the 3 scars on his face. Shamrock has 2 arms. Luffy loves Shanks. So I could see it going either way. I could see it going either way. If Shamrock has a dark cloak covering his body, I could see Luffy thinking it's Shanks, says Eiichiro. Oda sometimes makes Luffy dumber than he is for the plot. King J says, I know Luffy is there, but for some reason, I smell Zoro and Nami teaming up against Shamrock and Gunko. Yeah, so King J, I definitely see that as well. I see that with you. It's just, King J, we get blue balled by Oda so much that part of me thinks that Luffy, Zoro, Nami are not going to run into these Holy Knights. I don't know why. I don't know what the exact reason could be, but Oda loves to blue ball. So I feel like something is going to happen to the Straw Hats or to the Holy Knights. There will be some reason, some cause that's not going to, or that's going to prevent them from crossing paths. I hope they cross paths. I hope we see a situation between Luffy and Shamrock, but Oda loves to blue ball. Oda will blue ball anything. Oda will always blue ball anything he can, bro. Especially when you know something's going to happen, Oda will blue ball you. We know right now that the Straw Hats are going to bring the keys to free Loki. It's pretty obvious, right? It's so obvious, and Oda knows we know. Oda knows that the fans think Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are going to free Loki. Oda's self-aware. He knows that. So he could easily blue ball it. Luffy might think Shanks grew his arm back. Do you like Shamrock's name? I think Shamrock's name is weird, but that's just my opinion. All right, guys, let's continue, guys. Are we about to see Shamrock? Are we about to finally see Shamrock? Oh, let's go. Here we go. So Loki's taking hits. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom. We see a bear. Looks like a polar bear. Grr, grr. Thud. Grr. Pants, pants. Dang it. You'll regret this. Now stop this. Now. That's enough. So, will you enlist in the God's Knights? Yo, they're torturing this man. Oh, are we about to see it? Are we about to see it? Are we about to see my boy Figurlind Shamrock? Oh, look at that silhouette of the coat. Look at that silhouette of the coat. Arf, arf. That's enough, Gunko. Look at that. Oh, yo, the Figurlins. Why are the Figurlins always so drippy, bro? Figurlins have the most immaculate aura, bro. If you were a Figurland, your aura is on 10 million. Bro, what is in those jeans? Pause. In those jeans. Bro. This man is a Chad. This man is a Chad, bro. Yo, who has the better design? Shamrock or Young Garling? Chad, bro. Fun fact, Shamrock is the first character after Shanks in One Piece history that Oda shades their hair gray. Every other character has black or white hair. I didn't know that. Hey, shout out to King J. I did not know that. Shamrock is the first character after Shanks in One Piece that Oda shades their hair gray. Wait, so even Young Garling didn't have gray hair? Like gray as in like shading? Change of plans. Get in touch with Marie-Joie. Look at, oh, bro. This double page to end the chapter. They're all useless. I wanted to handle this in a smarter way. Even in death, they don't give up. Do they have faith in something? Leader of the God Knights, World Noble, Shamrock Figurland, son of Saint Garlic. Oda, you are the greatest author. Oda, you are the greatest fictional author ever. Oda, no one could ever surpass you. Kishimoto, Kentaro Miura, I don't care. Oda, no one could ever surpass your writing. You created the greatest story of all time. No manga will ever compete with this storyline. Oda. Guys, I'm crying real tears. Bro, chat. I need some Kleenex, chat. Give me some Kleenex. Oda, you are the greatest author of all time. Oda. The ferocious warriors of Elbaf, who long ago dominated the New World, I will definitely place them under the command of the world's government. Bro. This chapter gets an 11 out of 10, bro. This chapter gets an 11 out of 10, bro. This chapter gets an 11 out of 10. I don't care, bro. Call me a Glazer. Call me an Oda Angel. Bro, call me whatever you want. I don't care. This is an 11 out of 10 chapter, bro. Ancient giant blood information. Hyruden Loki lore. Cool Gunko design and attacks. Figurlin Shamrock. Bro. Nah, bro. No, bro. And no break next week? And no break next week? Mo, can you confirm? Mo, can you confirm no break next week? I need Mo's confirmation. Can you give me confirmation, Mo? No break next week? I trust in Mo. In Mo we trust. No break next week? No break next week. Oda. Evil taking ferocious div from Oda Sensei. Yo. Mo, never say that again. Do not throw salt on my name. Yo, I'm at a loss for words. You guys know for the past, like, 30 chapter reactions, I haven't given that many chapters a 10 out of 10. Literally, and you guys can fact check me. In the past 30 chapter reactions, I've probably given like 3 10 out of 10s. This is a 10 out of 10, man. I don't care. What? Guys, give me your answer. Who has the better design? Young Garling or Shamrock? Or how about this? How about this? Who has the better design? Shamrock, Young Garling, or Shanks? Let me know. Young Garling, Shamrock, or Shanks? I'll repeat it again. Young Garling, Shamrock, or Shanks? Bro, this man, bro, this man's Shamrock. Bro, his aura's on 10 million, bro. I don't want to put the panel up too long because YouTube and Shueisha are so gay, bro. They'll flag the stream and they'll take the stream down, and I'm scared to even show the panel of Shamrock. Bro, this is too cold, bro. Aura on 10 million. You see like the he's wearing that same little I don't even know what to call it. It's not really a cardigan. You like that kind of shirt thing, and then you can see a little white scarf come down with the cloak going across. Oh, that's cold, bro. Bro, and then the boots? Ah, bro. Nah, yo, his aura is on 10 million, man. Yo, come on. You can't say this is a bad design. Even if you think that like, oh, well, there's another character who has a bad design. You can't tell me this isn't straight aura, bro. You can't tell me this. You can't tell me he's not him, bro. This is cold. Bro, Oda, you're so biased. Look at what Oda did with the Figurlin bloodline. Look what Oda did with the Figurlin bloodline. Young Garling. Some people even think like older Garling looks like a cool old guy. Then you have Shamrock. You got Shanks. Why is he so biased? Oda, you are so biased for the Figurlins. Shanks' father is Garling confirmed. Yeah, I want you guys to give me an answer on that. I feel like everyone's gonna say yes. Guys, it's not confirmed, but we're gonna make a poll. Is Garling the father of Shanks? Yes or no, chat? I want you all to click and vote, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, guys, if you enjoyed the chapter reaction, I need you guys, please, chat, please. God bless you all. Please like the stream. Everyone watching, please like the stream. Every single like counts, guys. Every single like counts. They all matter. Every single like matters. If you're new here, subscribe. If you're not new here, hit the notification bell and click all so you don't miss the short summary spoilers, long summary spoilers, chapter reaction streams. We stream 3 times a week. Hit the notification bell, select all. You'll never miss the content, guys. We go live as soon as a chapter comes out. We go live as soon as both types of spoilers comes out. Hit the notification bell and vote, guys. Is Garling the father of Shanks? It looks like 78% of votes is yes and 22% of votes is no. If I could vote, which it won't let me, it doesn't let me vote, but if I could vote, I'd vote yes. I would 100% vote yes. We should actually talk about that. Let's talk about why I would vote yes. And you could say, oh, well, Shanks and Garling, they look the same. Okay, whatever. Sure, I'll grant you that. But I feel like there's a much more interesting reason. I have a much more interesting reason why Garling is the father of Shanks. Let me explain why. Besides, like, oh, they look the same, so they have the same dad. Okay, that's a cop out. Like, that's Yeah, that's obvious, but like that's like unfair. Like you're cheating with that answer. A different reason, guys, is because in this chapter 1137, we see a big plot device, a big theme in this chapter is the idea of half brothers. What do we see? Loki and Hyrule. They both have the same father, King Harold, but they both have different mothers. And Oda was really driving this home throughout the chapter. We see this beef going on between Loki and Hyrule because Loki was the one to kill the father, King Harold, and Hyrule didn't like that. So we have to ask, throughout the chapter, Oda's drilling in this idea of half brothers with the same father. He's drilling this into our head all throughout the chapter. He's talking about it. Then it just so happens at the end of the chapter, there's a twin of Shanks named Shamrock. Oh no, that's not being foreshadowed. No. It's a complete coincidence. It's definitely not the case that Oda is using Hyrule and Loki to tell us about Shamrock and Shanks. No, it's a coincidence. I'm not buying it. This half-brother story that we're seeing between Loki and Hyrule is going to be very, very similar. It is going to essentially be the precursor to what we're going to see through Shamrocks and Shanks. And I think that's a far more interesting reason as to why Shanks will be the son of Garling versus, oh, they look the same. Like, that's so cheap, you know? That's so cheap. Like, yeah, it's a good reason. Like on paper, they look the exact same. So they must have the same ancestor. They have the same DNA, the same genetics. So it's most likely that Garling's a father. But that feels so cheap, you know? I like the idea that Oda's painting this picture where they have different mothers. They're going to have different mothers, chat. Or maybe not even like different mothers. It's just this idea that there's this brother rivalry. There's this brother rivalry going on. No way unless moms were twins. Bro, there's a lot of children that end up looking like the father, more so like the father than the mother. I am an example of that. I look way more like my dad than my mom. Garling was a player. We back with the agenda that everyone is a clone. Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell nah. This is not a clone, bro. They're brothers. This is brothers. What an awesome chapter, man. Shamrock definitely piping Goku with his ferocious dick. Bro, what? What? You dirty boy. Oh, whoa. YouTube, you didn't see anything. You didn't see anything, YouTube. You didn't see anything. Guys, I just full screened the chapter. Oh, YouTube, Shueisha, you didn't see anything, okay? JR Rider with a 5. Thank you, brother. God bless, brother. Thank you, JR Rider. Welcome back, man. How you doing, man? JR Rider says, who do you think gave Whitebeard the scar? Garling or Shamrock? Definitely Garling. Definitely Garling gave Shamrock, or gave Whitebeard the scar. Maybe Shamrock and Whitebeard fought over Fishman Island. Nah, I definitely think that Garling was the one that gave Whitebeard the scar. And guys, what do you think, chat? What do you think? What do you think? Do you guys think Garling, Shamrock, or someone else gave Whitebeard his scar? King J, I'm sure you're in the chat. King J has a whole full-fledged theory and explanation as to why it's Garling. King J, do you mind sharing that with us again? But that's my take. That's my take. King J said Shamrock stopped Kaido and Shanks. Yeah, thank you, King J. King J, I am 100% agree with you. I'll go back and I'll address that in a moment, King J. But back to you, JR Raider. I see what you're getting at. You know, you don't want to you don't want to jump the gun, right? You don't want to jump the gun and be like, oh, it's Garling, I don't want to talk about it. Like, yeah, you should always be open to other characters. You know, Shamrock, another character. Like, I get that. I understand the openness. But when we're talking about Whitebeard and how he apparently got his scar from a while ago, and he was on God Valley, so was Garling. I think Oda's going towards the idea that young Garling and Whitebeard had a showdown on God Valley, and that's how he got the scar. I think like that's relatively reasonable. I think that's probably most likely, but that's only my opinion. It's not confirmed. There's no confirmation on who gave him the scar. But if you look at how Whitebeard talked about his scar and how he was acting about it, it was a little ominous when you look at the dialogue. And then again, Whitebeard and Garling being on God Valley together, we know that they had to have had a showdown. It just seems like to me it was from Garling. I think that's the most likely case. But JR Raider, either way, God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for the super chat. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the generosity, and thank you for the question. Maybe I'm wrong, and there's a great theory that we can make out of it actually being Shamrock or someone else. You know, if I'm wrong, maybe there's a crazy reason why it's Shamrock or another character. But on to the next super chat. Elijah Sains with the $2. Thank you so much, brother. God bless you. He says Shanks dies this arc saving Luffy. I think most people believe Shanks will die in One Piece, but the question is when. It's not really a if, it's more of a when. Does Shanks die this arc? I don't know, man. I don't know. This arc? I don't know, man. I mean, it really depends on what happens this arc, right? Like how Elsa said, I think Blackbeard and Shanks need to butt heads one more time. If that happens this arc, then maybe this is the arc he dies, but there's no, that's not solidified. At best, in terms of Shanks and Blackbeard clashing one more time, then Shanks dying, we know that Shanks is chasing Blackbeard. We see how Shanks has been asking characters about Blackbeard. We see how Shanks only showed up to Wano because he was searching for Blackbeard. So Shanks is on Blackbeard's behind. He's on his tail, bro. Shanks is chasing Blackbeard right now, and people aren't talking about that enough. I mentioned this yesterday. You don't really see people, One Piece fans, talk about it. Shanks is chasing Blackbeard. Guys, you know that, right? You understand that, right? You to those of you watching the stream, you know that, right? You think about that, right? You actively contemplate that, right? Shanks is chasing Blackbeard right now. Shanks is looking for the smoke right now. So this idea that they're gonna clash, possibly leading into Shanks' death, it seems like it's almost on the horizon. Well, I guess it is on the horizon. But Oda likes to stall. Oda likes the blue ball. You know, but that's a good question, Elijah. I don't know, man. I definitely do believe Shanks will die by the end of the story, but I just have trouble. I have trouble figuring out when. What I will say, though, Elijah, is I believe that there will be an Elbaf war. There will be a Ragnarok war. And I think Loki will be the progenitor of that. I think he will be the cause of it. And I think that's for many reasons. He wants to destroy the world. He wants to be the king of the giants. Lots of reasons. I think Sutur in Norse mythology inspires the One Piece character Loki, as well as obviously Loki in Norse mythology. And Sutur created and started the Ragnarok War in Norse mythology. There's all sorts of reasons why I think Loki will begin the Ragnarok War on Elbaf. Also his dialogue about getting revenge. So if there is a Ragnarok War on Elbaf, I could see a scenario where Shanks gets involved and dies. You know, I could see that happening. But again, I don't feel like I have enough information. I don't feel like I have enough facts. I don't have enough arguments to say, yeah, he's gonna die this arc. I need more. I need more information. I need more more things to build with. But guys, I actually want to go back to a previous comment that King J made. King J, do you know what chapter it was in Impel Down where they made that comment? Can you do that for me, King J? You know what I'm referring to, King J. There was the offhand comment between the Marines and Impel Down. You know exactly what I'm talking about, King J. Do you remember what chapter that was? We're gonna do some digging, guys, in reference to Shanks, Kaido, and Shamrock, okay? During the Summit War of Marineford, Kaido took King on him with a ploy to kill Whitebeard before they were stopped by Shanks. But why is it King's Vivi card? Why doesn't it cite the One Piece chapter? Why is it citing the Vivi card? They should be citing the chapter. Before I explain King J's chat, I want to pull up the chapter so I can prove my point. 580? Is it gonna be 580? I think it's gonna be One Piece chapter 580. Let me see. All right, guys, let's pull this up. It's not 580. Does anyone remember what chapter it was when it was during Impel Down? There were Marines that were talking about how Shanks stopped Kaido. Does anyone know what chapter that was? It was during Impel Down. Does anyone know what chapter that was? It wasn't 580. Oh, 533. I'm pretty sure it's 533. Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Well, maybe you could still work with this. Okay, so guys, in chapter 533, we see Marines talking, and they say, Vice Admiral Momonga. The guy says, what is it? Then they say, red-haired Shanks has been involved in some minor clashes in the New World. Shanks, are you sure? Why now? Against who? Kaido, one of the four Embers. Kaido is trying to take advantage of the current situation to kill Whitebeard, and Shanks interfered. At least that's what they think at the headquarters. Everyone is on high alert right now. Now, chat, what if it wasn't Shanks and it was actually Shamrock? What if it wasn't Shanks and it was actually Shamrock and they had their information incorrect? I'm going to pull up a picture so that you could see what I'm getting at better. Shout out to Dawn of Ascension. She sent me this. Let me pull up the picture. Because we know, and in SBS, a reader asked, hey, Oda, you might have asked this 1,000 times already, not sure. But is Shanks two different persons? Isn't this SBS question crazy in retrospect? Hindsight 2020. Is this not an insane SBS? And we've brought this SBS up so many times. So those of you that watch every stream, you know this is true. We've mentioned this SBS repeatedly. And Oda answers, he says, you know, since Shanks is sometimes drawn without his scar, plus he arrived at Paramount War so quickly with unbelievable speed, despite having just fought Kaido, censored, text on screen says, please take your own conclusions from this. Guys, we're about to cook. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Class is in session. Are you guys ready to cook? Because me and King J, we're about to chef this up. Me, King J, Dawn of Ascension, we're about to cook. We're about to serve you guys a full course meal. Are you guys ready? Let's get some ones in chat. Ones in chat if you're going to stop typing, if you're going to stop yapping and pay attention to what we're going to cook. Let me get a one in chat. Type a one and shut up. Stop yapping, stop typing, and pay attention because we are going to cook. Okay? I'm gonna cook and you guys are gonna eat, okay? So going back to this SBS, again, this reader is asking Oda, hey, is Shanks two different people? Okay? So Oda now is aware that One Piece fans believe Shanks is two different people, and this SBS is from many years ago. But think about this. We've talked about this at length many times, but think about this. Shanks says, or I mean, not Shanks, Oda says in reference to the question, is Shanks two different people? Oda says, well, you know, since Shanks is sometimes drawn without his scar, let's pause on that. Why is Shanks drawn without his scar, chat? Answer the question. Now that we have hindsight 2020, now that we can look at it in retrospect, why is Shanks drawn without his scar sometimes, guys? Why? Can someone tell me why? Class is in session. Raise your hand and answer the question. Why did Oda say that? You know, since Shanks is sometimes drawn without his scar, why though? Because it's not Shanks. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. It's not Shanks. Thank you, Simon. It's not Shanks. So now pay attention to the scenario, guys. Pay attention. Think about this. You know, since Shanks is sometimes drawn without his scar, it's because he is two different people. I drew him without his scar because it was Shamrock. But wait, the SBS doesn't end there. Chat, the SBS doesn't end there. He goes on to say, plus he arrived at Paramount War so quickly with unbelievable speed despite having just fought Kaido. But wait, Oda, you just said you draw Shanks without a scar because it's not Shanks. He has a brother. And then you go on to say, oh yeah, by the way, when I draw him without the scar, you should also think about how he went from Marineford to Kaido so quickly. Guys, it's most likely because it wasn't actually Shanks, it was Shamrock that went to Kaido. Think about the context. Think about it. The only reason he's mentioning that he draws Shanks without the scar is because it's two different people. But in the same breath, Oda then says you should also question how Shanks got from Marineford to from Wano to Marineford so quickly. Hey readers, isn't that kind of weird? Isn't it weird how Shanks sometimes has no scar? And then by the way, you know how he has no scar? Yeah, he has no scar on his face. You know how he has no scar? You know how he has no scar on his face? You get it? No scar? Get it? No scar? You should also think about how he went from Wano to Marineford so quickly. It seems to be implying that it was Shamrock who fought Kaido. Like, think about the context. And you know what? I'm pretty sure we've never had Kaido even confirm this fight. Has Kaido ever mentioned this fight? The closest thing to Kaido mentioning this fight between the supposed fight between Shanks and Kaido is when he thought of Shanks when he had the most notable people. You guys know, like the panel, like there's a cloud, like Kaido's thinking or whatever, and it has Roger, it has Shanks. That doesn't really count as I fought Shanks prior to Marineford. It seems to me that Oda is heavily implying it was Shamrock. Because we have no proof. There's no proof that it was Shanks fighting them. But you know what we can say? Shanks has a twin. You know what we can say? That apparently Oda is implying Shanks has a twin, and we should think about how if he had a twin, that Shanks went from Wano to Marineford quickly. If it was actually Shanks that fought Kaido and went to Marineford, this SBS is pointless. If it was actually Shanks, the real Shanks, not Shamrock, if it was Shanks that fought Kaido in Wano, or wherever they were, and then went to Marineford quickly, this SBS is stupid. But that can't be the case. Look at what Oda is saying. I draw Shanks without a scar because yes, reader, he is two different people. Reader, you're asking me, is Shanks two different people? Well, guess what, reader? You're asking me, is Shanks two different people? Well, my response is, have you ever noticed I draw Shanks without a scar? Huh? Yes, it's obvious that Shanks is two different people. Have you ever noticed that Shanks went from Wano to Marineford so quickly? Yeah, it's because Shanks is two different people. Do you guys see the bigger picture now? Do you see the bigger picture? And that's what we have cooked for you today, guys. That's what we have cooked for you today. The theory is that Shamrock was the one who fought Kaido. That's why Shanks got to Marineford so quickly. Enjoy your meal. Enjoy your dish. Hope you enjoy. King J with the super chat. Thank you, brother. God bless you, man. King J says, Vivi card confirms that Kaido just had King with him when they were fighting to when they were flying to Marineford. So it wasn't Shanks and 9 officers. It was Shamrock and Gunko versus Kaido and King. Hey. I didn't even think of it like that, King J. I didn't even think of it like that. Shout out to our boy King J. W King J, thank you for the super chat. Again, for those of you that didn't hear, the Vivi guard confirms that Kaido had King with him when they were flying to Marineford. So it wasn't Shanks and 9 officers. It was Shamrock and Gunko versus Kaido and King. All right, let's go over this message as well. Old theory of mine about why it was Garling who scarred Whitebeard. Proof number 1. Whitebeard says, Shanks, seeing your face makes the scars I got from that guy ache. Also, Garp and Roger fought for a good cause in God Valley. It makes sense that Oda removed Whitebeard from that fight, as it's not in character for Whitebeard to fight someone who is trying to free the slaves. Garling is the perfect plot tool to make Whitebeard busy. Proof number 2. Another thing is that Shanks mentioned that the scar in his body, which hurts the most, aren't the ones he got from Hawkeye, but the one he got from Blackbeard, implying that the scars that hurt are not based on how brutal the injury is, but how deep the hatred is. As Blackbeard is Shanks' rival, we should consider the guy who scarred Whitebeard as someone who is Whitebeard's rival. Shamrock is way too young to be the most hated rival of an old man. It's definitely Garland. The obvious answer for who the lurking legend is Rocks coming back by the union of Kaido and Big Mom, but I see a 20% chance that it's someone else. What do we know about the lurking legend? 1, he is a legend. 2, he is lurking and ready to be active again. 3, greatest enemy of the Straw Hats so far. 4, connected to God Valley. 5, has a connection to Whitebeard. Garling fits with all of that. This man, King J. Can we just get some W's in chat? Can we just get some wing ways in chat? Can we just get some 07s? Drop a salute in chat. You know what, King J? I've said this numerous times. I believe that the reunion of Kaido and Big Mom, aka the return of Rocks, that's what they literally called it, is the lurking legend. I've explained this so many times. I'm not going to explain it again. But King J, this answer for Garling is actually stellar. And I'm not even just saying that because I'm on stream and I'm trying to glaze. If I'm wrong and it's not Rocks, like the return of Rocks, not Roxy Zabek, Rocks the crew, like the return of Rocks. If it's not that, I got to go with Garling. This is a phenomenal take. This is a banger take. And whoever it was, it might have been Elijah or maybe it was someone else. They were asking about if Whitebeard's scar could have been from Shamrock. This right here is a great pushback against Shamrock scarring Whitebeard. This right here is an awesome rundown on why it's most likely Garling that scarred Whitebeard. I think this is a phenomenal breakdown. King J, you're always going above and beyond with the takes, with the theories, with the logic. Shout out to our brother King J, guys. Phenomenal take, King J. Phenomenal take. Or I guess I should say takes. Phenomenal takes. Thank you, brother. And we got Undead D with the $2. Thank you, brother. Undead D says, so Kaido put Shanks in top 5 but fought Shamrock? Okay, so I highly doubt that just because, like, let's say that it wasn't Shamrock who ran into Kaido. Let's say it was Shanks. I highly doubt that is the only reason that Kaido would put Shanks in his top 5. Shanks is a Yonko. Shanks has been a Yonko. He has been an emperor. He has Wano, or not Wano, he has Elbaf under his belt. He has Elbaf in a chokehold. Shanks has a huge rap sheet. Shanks was known to have stopped Marineford War. I don't think, like, even if it was Shanks that stopped Kaido, like, it's, oh, that's the one and only reason why I have Shanks in my top 5. I think it goes much deeper than that. Shanks he has lots of notoriety. He stopped Marineford. He's probably had 1 or 2 clashes with Kaido in the past. Even if you say, no, it was Shanks that stopped Kaido from going to Marineford, I guarantee you there's probably 1 or 2 clashes within the time span that Shanks has been emperor where Shanks and Kaido have clashed before. And I know that would technically be speaking from silence because we haven't had that proven, but it's a very reasonable assumption given that they're emperors. They're literally pirates. So, with that being said, there's many reasons why Kaido would put Shanks in his top 5 that doesn't predicate or depend solely on Shanks stopping Kaido from Marineford. You know what's crazy is, again, we don't even see the panels. Here, let me prove it to you. Show me the panel of Shanks fighting Kaido. Show me the panel. I don't want to see Momonga talking to a random fodder marine. Oh yeah, we heard that Shanks is fighting Kaido. Like, that's what the people in the upper realm think. The people in the upper echelons of the Marines, they think that Shanks stopped Kaido. No, I don't want that. Show me a panel of Kaido fighting Shanks. Show me it. Because if we're so sure that it was actually Shanks stopping Kaido from Marineford, if you're so sure of it, show me the panel. Show me it. Oh wait, you can't show me it. And Oda loves to throw these curveballs, bro. You can't show me it because it doesn't exist. So I think if we turn back to the SBS, let me pull it up again. Again, when we pull up the SBS question, where a reader is literally asking Oda why, or if Shanks is 2 different people, and Oda's response is, yeah, because I draw him without a scar, dummy. That's why, yes, Shanks is 2 different people, dummy. I draw him without a scar. It's because he's 2 different people. But in the same breath, he literally says, plus, look at Oda's words, plus he arrived at Paramount War so quickly with unbelievable speed, just having fought Kaido. Maybe it's because it wasn't Shanks. It was the guy without the scar. Gingish, or not Gingish, I want to say Gingish. What's good, Gingish? Young Smokey with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Young Smokey. I support King J's take in Who Scarred Whitebeard. Until Oda introduced Garling, I used to believe that Whitebeard was talking about Roger. It only makes logical sense for the former leader of the Holy Knights to scar Whitebeard. It's a beautiful take, and I agree with you too as well. I agree with you as well, Smokey. Prior to Garling, who can you point to? Prior to Garling, who do you point to? There's no one to point to except Roger, because Whitebeard literally commented in that exact conversation about Shanks, or about Whitebeard talking about his scar that aches. In that exact conversation, Whitebeard mentioned how Shanks was a Roger pirate. right? So if Whitebeard looks at Shanks and says, "Hey, your face makes my scar ache," you would think, "Oh, well, it's probably Roger," right? Because even though Roger and Whitebeard were kind of cool, they still did butt heads. At the end of the day, um, they still were pirates. You would instantly think, "Okay, well, it was Roger," but we didn't have enough context. Now that we know, not only Shanks is most likely the son of Garling. Not only do we know that, but we also know that Whitebeard and Garling were on Gad Valley together and inevitably fought. It makes most sense that Garling was the one who scarred Whitebeard. Moreover, just like how King Jay said, Shamrock would be way too young to have given Whitebeard a scar, let alone be a rival to Whitebeard. Like this deeper connection, like how King Jay said. But Smokey, thank you so much, brother. I'm glad to see you here in the chat, bro. Thank you for supporting with the $50 super chat. Guys, do you want to hop into the Discord? Guys, are you down to hop into the Discord? Kuma hoodie is coming up soon. Yo, Smokey, is this you that posted it? I can't see the full name. Hold on. Blackbeard propagandist. Yo, chat, look at this. Look, you got Evil, you got the logo, Theory King, ICXC Nika. Yo. 5 p.m. Greg, that's too late, brother. Shamrock is a clone of Shanks. Garling made Vegapunk created for him, and then he made that clone his son. So, Stretch, the idea of the idea of Shamrock and Shanks being clones is very interesting because we know for a fact that Shanks was born 39 years ago, and Mads was established 39 years ago. But it goes deeper because obviously Mads was trying to create clones. When we talk about Stussy, they word it very specifically. They don't say that Stussy is the first clone. They say that Stussy is the first successful clone. Right? So if she's the first successful clone, then obviously there's probably failed clones. I highly doubt the first time they went to clone someone, it was a success. Now it could be a scenario because we think, like, look at Momonosuke, right? Momonosuke ate the supposed failed clone of Kaido's Devil Fruit. We also have Sanji, who's a failed experiment. We see this reoccurring theme of like failures, failure experiments, failure science, failure clones. We're seeing this throughout the story. So again, when we look at Stussy, they didn't say Stussy was the first clone. They said Stussy was the first successful clone. And even when you think about it, again, logistically, do we really think that they got it right the first try? So it could be a scenario where, like how you said, Shamrock is a clone or Shanks is a clone, whichever one. And they decided to keep Shamrock, even if it was failed or even a success. Or maybe, let's say, maybe Shamrock was a successful clone, but they keep it in secret. Think about it that way. Shamrock could actually be a secret, successful clone. They want to keep Shamrock on the down low and use Shamrock as like red hair Shanks propaganda. So they don't broadcast that that Shamrock is the first successful clone, because Shamrock is supposed to be a secret. So they're like, okay, well, we can't talk about Shamrock, so we'll just call Stussy the first successful clone. It could be something like that. And guys, if you want to join the Discord, guys, we're going to get in voice chat, okay? Guys, we're going to get in voice chat. We're going to have people in voice talk to the stream chat. What you guys got to do, guys, join my Discord server. Mods, post the invite link to the chat or in the chat. Post an invite link in the chat. And what you guys do is you join my Discord server. It's free. It takes 10 seconds. And you guys are going to hop into the general voice chat, okay? Right here. You guys join the general voice chat. And then I'm going to drag you into my voice channel, okay? My bad for the meme, had to do it. Wait, what meme? Which meme? Which meme? And then we have King J with another super chat. His 10th super chat. Thank you so much, brother King J. Wing Wei. King J says, no Gorosei shows signs of old age. So Garling now got back his prime Whitebeard tier powers and now an additional immortality. He is clearly stronger than prime Whitebeard and Roger. King J, that's kind of wild, bro. That's kind of wild, man. Stronger than prime Whitebeard and Roger? Hey, I don't know, Wingway. I don't know, Wingway. Guys, did you guys see that super chat from King J? No Gorosei shows signs of old age, so Garland got back his prime Whitebeard tier powers and now an additional immortality. He is clearly stronger than prime Whitebeard and Roger now, future Zoro victim. Are you serious, L? Guys, do you want to see the horrible meme that L made of me? L, this is not funny. This is not funny. Do you see this, chat? This is just abuse. This is just bullying. You would never catch this. Never in a million years, in real life, in One Piece. I would never do such a thing. I don't even know what gave you this idea, you sick man. What even inspired you to make this? And you guys are gonna laugh, really. Thank you, King J, for the super chat, brother. And Young Smokey with a 20 bomb. Thank you, King. Thank you, brother. Smokey says, remember Vegapunk is very, very picky. He's a perfectionist. He called Momonosuke's through a failure simply because he's pink instead of Kaido blue. Exactly. So, I don't know, man. It's possible that Shanks and Shamrock are clones, or one of them's a clone. But even though that's a possibility, I still lean more towards the idea that they're not clones, they're more so brothers. I like that. I like that more. Guys, what do you prefer? Shamrock and Shanks, one of them being a clone, like clone piece? Or do you guys prefer them being brothers? What do you guys prefer, chat? Clones or brothers? L's meme is canon. No, it's not. We gonna have a problem, Evil. That's evidence right there. I don't swing that way. I don't play for that team. I'm not on that side. I'm not on that side of the fence. It's not for me, bro. It's not for me. Guys, we're about to start the open mic. Guys, we are about to start the open mic. If you guys want to talk in voice chat on stream right now, guys, join the Discord server. There is a general voice chat, okay? Hop into there, and I'm gonna drag you into my voice channel, and we're gonna talk together with the chat, okay? Here, I see. So I would normally create the invite link myself. Oh, now it works. If you guys remember, the last time I pulled this up, last stream, when I went to create an invite, you guys were watching on stream. It said that this was hidden, and it wouldn't let me copy it. All right, guys, here's the Discord link. Join the Discord, hop into the general voice chat, and we're gonna chop it up. And guys, if there's too many people that are trying to talk, we might have to do a one-on-one. We might have to do a one-on-one. I'll give you guys 5 or 10 minutes, you know, say your piece. We'll go back and forth. Then we'll go to the next person, because we can't have like 15 people in the voice channel. Just hop into the general voice chat for now, guys. Someone says he's 8 years old. Can he join? Bro, you're not even allowed to use Discord under the age of 13. You probably shouldn't be watching this stream, dude. Yo, if you're 8, you probably should not be watching this channel. Yo, bro, you can't red pill 8-year-olds on the Jews that soon. 8? Hey, little 8-year-old, have you heard about the rabbis? Hey, 8-year-old son. Hey, you little hey, you little wise guy. Hey, little man. I know you're 8 years old, but have you ever heard of the Talmud? Let me tell you a little bit about the Talmud. You know what the Talmud says? You'll never believe what the Talmud says. You know, if you tell people what the Talmud says, you're a hater. Apparently, you're anti-Semitic. You know, just reciting what the book says, you're anti-Semitic for that. All right, guys, we're starting the voice chat. You guys had your chance to join the voice chat. We are beginning. Mr. Young Smokey and Mr. Elite One, how are we doing?
Yo, yo.
Yo, what's good?
How are we feeling about this chapter?
To be honest, Threevil, I just woke up. I woke up and I saw that you were on. I was like, oh, shit.
We were live, bro. At least you made it. You made it. You didn't oversleep.
I missed the chapter, but you know me. All I need is the link, and I'll go read it.
All you need is the link, bro. We're all when we have the spoiler link or like the spoilers of the chapter link dropped and released. All of us are jumping at the link like when you pour food into a dog bowl. Like the dog's like running and leaps at the bowl. That's how we are with the spoilers.
I've watched experience. When the spoiler bell dings, all of us come running with our mouths drooling and slobbering.
We're fiends, bro. We're scratching our neck. Anyone got the spoilers? Anyone got the short summary? Huh? Anyone got the long summary? Anyone got the chapter link?
That's like, you've seen Friday, right?
Yeah, of course. Friday after next.
I suck your dick for some spoilers.
I'm sure L would be down for that. L would drop neck for some spoilers. Brinks, what's good, brother? All right, so we all agree that Shanks is the son of Garling, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, are we on brother piece or are we on clone piece?
For me, I think it's brother piece. There's just a lot of Norse mythology that goes with brothers, and I can see the parallel between Loki and Harden and Shamrock and Shanks. I'm on the brother team, not the clone team. But it's possible. I won't rule it out.
What about you, Elite One?
The idea of Shanks being a clone or Shamrock being a clone.
Oh, you side with that one.
Yeah, the idea of Shamrock being a clone. Yeah, I side with that.
What makes you choose that over brother piece?
I just like the whole strong like emphasis on clones and like the tie that Oda created between Garland and York. Yeah.
Elite, I can't blame
like they've
you
had history. It would actually be good if they've had history, like where York already knows Garland because Vegapunk created a clone at Garland's command, or you know.
Yo, they're saying that you sound like a roadman.
Who, me?
Nah, Elite One.
No, me. Sound like a roadman. Crazy.
Vizwa says, sorry, Vizwa said, then you're telling me Kaido didn't notice the missing arm on Shanks? Well, here's the thing. Kaido has not made a comment on Shanks stopping him. And I think now that I look back, I think you mentioned that he did, Smokey, but I want to see the chapter on that.
Yeah, I think that may have been an anime-only add-on. I'm not entirely sure because just like you, I can't remember the exact chapter.
Yeah, it's impossible.
All I can remember, though, is during the Ace flashback with Yamato, which Oda did draw that. So it's somewhere in between there. I'm not sure if it was anime added, some extra spice. But the quote, as I said yesterday, only regards to Kaido saying, I have time to deal with Yamato's temper tantrum, a brat's temper tantrum, due to the interference of red hair. And he writes it as a Akagami.
Well, you know what's interesting? Akagami, that's what it is, right? Akagami for red hair?
Yeah, Akagami no Shanks. Akagami no Shanks.
So it's the interesting thing is, did he say Akagami or Akagami no Shanks?
He said Akagami. He always
Okay,
said
so if he didn't say Shanks, well, Shamrock is Akagami, right?
that. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Absolutely. I think Shamrock has red hair just like Shanks.
yeah, so
I think
my
red hair is the defining characteristic for the Garland family.
thing is I would prefer manga panels that explicitly says Kaido fought Shanks from Kaido's mouth.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
That's what I would need because I'm leaning more towards Shamrock. I mean, I don't want to beat down the dead horse, but when you look at the SBS question, again, of Oda asking, or of a reader asking Oda if Shanks is two different people, the first thing that Oda says is Shanks is drawn without a scar, which the answer is yes. He was drawn without a scar because it's two different people. But then Oda goes on to say, plus he arrived at Paramount War so quickly. But wait, you just talked about the scar, which was because there's a twin, there's a brother, there's a clone, whatever you want to say. But the fact that he says plus he arrived at Paramount War so quickly, that just implies it's because he has a brother, he has a twin. It's the same reason why he's drawn without a scar. You get what I'm saying?
No, I like I said, I can't follow anybody's yes, Listro, I am Southern, just to see in the chat. But they're like, why this guy sounds so redneck? If they only knew what I've looked like, they'd be like, how the fuck did that happen?
Executing us, bro.
But no, I can't find any logic in, not thinking Shamrock was the one that rolled up on Shanks, because what we do know, as you said earlier, is we do know Kaido only had King. That makes Kaido significantly a less threat if he only has King. No Queen to do plagues, no Jack, none of the headliners, none of the Flying Six. You know what I mean? So it makes total sense, man. If Oda wanted to include a clash with Shamrock versus Kaido, he set it up because Kaido is pretty much isolated and only has King. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. OMG asked if it's open mic. Yes, I just posted in the chat. I'll post it again on how to join in. And Undead D with the $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. God bless. He says, I posted that Nika
I don't
picture.
got no guns. I ain't violent. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Undead D posted the picture he was talking about earlier that the new Nika silhouette has wings and he outlined it. Bro, Undead, you're going to hate me, but I still don't see it. Like, I see his arm going back connected to the shield. I still don't see a wing, bro.
Wait.
Are you talking about like this white thing right here? Like this going right here? Like right here? I don't know.
That just looks like the
accent. I got the accent for you.
Looks like the Nika Club.
Yeah, if you guys pay attention to my cursor, look at where my cursor is. It's right here. He's talking about this white part right here. He's saying that this is a wing. I would still lean towards that being clouds. I understand what you're saying now. Like this little part right here connected to right here. I still think this is a clouds, but you guys think it's the clouds or the wings?
It seems like a cloud to me. I don't know.
Blackbeard Propaganda said, Young Smokey, please tell me you could do the accent.
I can do the accent, my friend. I am from the ringy-dingy heights of New Delhi, Kolkata, India.
Guys, that was his decision. I can't co-sign that.
Whoa.
Nah, we got free speech.
It's
here.
okay. I'm happy.
Free speech.
He's
free
Indian.
speech.
Free speech. He's Indian. Come on, it doesn't count. He's Indian.
Only half, but I can still do the accent.
All right, what do you guys think about who has the most aura? Shanks, Young Garling, or Shamrock? Who has the aura?
Listen,
ignoring what we know about them, and like just looking at the way they look, I'd probably say Garland, like Young Garland.
That's what I was about to say. As much
ignoring what we know about them,
I gotta say Garling too.
Yeah, Garland's design is very I like it a lot. Young Garland.
Young Garling was him. He literally had fangirls.
He did. not to mention, even Old Garling, the panel where Old Garling, right after he executed the Celestial
Oh yeah,
Dragon,
he looked
at
raw.
Elbaf,
He
he
looked
looked raw.
he kind of looked better there because like he kind of looked like this might
How you doing, Joint Jotsu? Welcome back.
like an execution from the Middle Ages or like a monk.
Not to mention how mad the other Gorosei were when they saw Garling walking in. They were like, "Who called you here? Why are you here?" He said, "I received orders." They're like, "From who?" He goes and sits down. Well, my fellow elders, we fucked up. Time to clean it up. Time to clean shit up.
Vincent asks, what if Shamrock and Shanks are foreshadowing Joy Boy and Emu, and they are actually paralleled to Michael and Lucifer?
Michael the angel.
Yeah, Archangel Michael. He kicked kicked Lucifer down out of heaven.
Okay, yeah. Because okay, I hear you. I forgot exactly what Michael's role was, so I'm glad you reminded me.
Yeah, I'm glad you gave some explanation of that.
That makes sense.
We now have Omi and Lucas in the voice channel. What's good, you two?
Yo, what's good? Thanks for having us. Or thanks for having me, Lucas.
Yo, what's good? You guys hear me okay?
Your mic's great.
I missed that last little bit. I was in the waiting room, so I missed whatever. Were y'all on the topic?
Yeah, we were, and I literally just forgot within 2 seconds.
I got something that's been on
Oh,
my mind.
Archangel Michael.
Yeah.
They were saying, Vincent asks, what if Shamrock and Shanks are foreshadowing Joy Boy and Emu, and they are actually paralleled to Archangel Michael and Lucifer? And Archangel Michael was the archangel that kicked Lucifer down out of heaven. Lucifer wanted to be God.
So Emu is Lucifer, and then Joy Boy is Michael?
Yeah. It's
don't
so
know.
tricky, man, because like again, I think they're like the most important characters are generally inspired by multiple figures. Luffy's obviously inspired by multiple figures. I think Blackbeard's inspired by multiple figures. Same thing with Emu. I think Emu's inspired by multiple people. But with Joy Boy, should we say the same? I want to say yes, but it's still hard because we only know so much about Joy
Yeah,
Boy.
we only know so much about.
I think I would file that one under the cabinet of most likely gonna be true, but we just don't have enough information. I think that's where I'm at with that one. Because it makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, Satan being the embodiment of Emu. Now, as far as Michael, I gotta be honest, I'm not as well versed in that. But if you see similarities between him and Joy Boy, I can't dispute it. I just don't think we have enough, information.
Because the way
Go
ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think that's too far out of like possibility, just due to the fact that Oda's taken like influences from religion, like we've seen it obviously, but I think that maybe depicting certain like people out of these scripture, I feel like maybe that's a bit far, but like maybe there's certain influences. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I would say in terms of Joy Boy, Archangel Michael, Emu, Lucifer, I think about how the reason Lucifer was kicked out was because Lucifer thought he was God. He wanted to be God. He wanted to be better than God. And look at Emu, right? Emu hated Joy Boy, presumably. He hated Nika. He wants to be the God of the world. He wants to rule the world. So in that kind of lens, I could see how he would have tried to surpass Joy Boy, try to be better than Joy Boy, higher than Nika, higher than God, essentially. And he was knocked down out of it. So maybe like Emu therefore becoming the king of the One Piece world is like how Lucifer was kicked out of heaven, and now like Satan is said to control the earth and control the planet, and that's why there's so much evil in the world. And that, like they say, like earth is like under the control of the devil.
Right, so earth, basically hell on earth. Basically the devil is the king of earth and the king of hell.
Yeah. So if you want to get really, really specific on hell in Christian theology, essentially, so let's go before Jesus, right? Because I want to give you guys some context. Before Jesus, there was people when they would die, they would go to Sheol, and in Sheol, it was like the netherworld. It was split, like we'll say, in half. One side was for the good, righteous people, and it's called Abraham's bosom, and then the other side was for the unrighteous people, and it's called Hades. That's another word for it.
Mhm.
So when Jesus died, we know that he descended into hell to bring the people from Abraham's bosom, the righteous people, to heaven, and he opened the gates of heaven. But interestingly enough, this is Christian theology. If you're an unrighteous person nowadays, you don't go to hell, you go to Sheol, and the Hades part of Sheol for the unrighteous people. We know that when Jesus comes back and he casts the final judgment of the world, then people start going to hell. So technically speaking, no person, this is just Christian theology. This is like the Christian view. Technically speaking, the devil isn't actually in hell, he's on earth, and when Jesus casts his final judgment, then the devil, Satan, will be in hell.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Now,
I get that.
now I understand.
But yeah, in terms of Emu being Lucifer, there's all sorts of reasons for that. Even like the Antichrist. Like I think Emu takes inspiration. Go ahead.
Yeah. That I see for sure. The Antichrist and the Emu do have quite a bit of similarities.
Do you think they're gonna play like do you think they're gonna have like some sort of biblical, whether it's a devil fruit, whether it's an ability, do you think it's gonna be on the more like Abrahamic route when it comes to religion, or do you think it's going to be like one of the in-universe sort of depictions, you know, like kind of how like Nika is like an in-universe god? Or do you think it's going to be like because Oda's also like there's also a Buddha god, you know, but Buddha isn't also in our universe, you know what I'm saying? Like, so do
Yeah.
you think that there's multiple routes that he can go in terms of like,
And Sengoku has the Buddha fruit. So down on that line, you know, Emu could have a Antichrist fruit. The
that's what I'm saying,
anti-fruit.
like, yeah, true.
Anti
Like,
fruit.
legit. The anti-fruit is crazy.
I think Emu having blood bending would just be insane, man. I always wanted to see like a blood devil fruit.
Yeah. Like
Oh, yeah,
Avatar,
the blood fruit.
bending,
That would be a lot.
I'm telling you, Impel Down, that blood fruit there.
Yeah. The what I
Wait,
forgot what it's
Crimson
called.
Blood Hell.
Yeah, the
Level
crimson.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, those structures are made of blood.
I think when we talk about
yeah.
Emu's devil fruit and Emu's powers, I think one of the most important variables to consider is that Emu would have to be some sort of antithesis, some sort of opposite to Luffy. I think that that's the most important thing. I think Oda's going to be very thematic with that, kind of like how Blackbeard is darkness, but then Luffy is like light, you know, the sun. So when we think about Luffy, Gear 5, the Nika fruit is in touch with imagination. It makes me think like, okay, so does that mean Emu's fruit would have to be some variation of the opposite of imagination? And when I think sorry, I'll pass it right on to you.
You're good. You're good.
I think when we talk about Luffy embodying imagination is directly tied into creation. Like Luffy made goggles out of nothingness. Like Luffy is altering reality. Like he's hand in hand with creation as a concept. So I also think like if Emu was going to be the opposite or the antithesis to creation, then maybe he brings nothingness, like not maybe like sort of like a black hole, but that's more towards Blackbeard. Maybe like a nothing fruit, like he eradicates existences. But I don't know how that could be implemented.
I have an idea, but I'll go after Young. Sorry, go.
Sorry. I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you want to go first, you can. Mine was really short. All I was going to say is, so Luffy's, I look at it this way. But I see everything you just say being a possibility because those are definitely thematic and it definitely fits. But for me, I was just looking at it like Luffy is joy, so Emu could be fear. His powers could be based around fear.
Yeah, that's a good antithesis.
And once again, I'm along the same lines. I think that, the way that you see it is Luffy is liberation, while Emu's submission. I think that we have to see, like, think about it this way. a god is only as powerful as the people that worship him. That's how that's how I see it. The more people that worship, the more powerful said god will be. And so in this universe, the more people that actually realize who Nika is, the more that they're going to, the more powerful Luffy will become. Next is the less people that know Emu exists, the peak that's going to, or the Emu exists, the more powerful they will become. Dude, that's why they stay secluded. That's why they play a more of a controlling role. So they display their power through other people. And that's how, and submission is like, what ultimate submission is what destruction. It kind of goes along the same lines as what you guys have been saying. And we've seen ultimate submission when it comes to like Leloucia, which is just a display of power. And then Luffy, I think that for him, it's just a matter of how many people understand who he actually is. That's why they've tried to eradicate this devil fruit and this history, because they don't want people, like, they realize that the more people that understand who Luffy is or who Nika is, the more powerful he'll actually be. That's my little theory on that.
Also, Wizard, don't call me Kanye, man. Come on, I'm not Yeezus.
Not to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
no, you make a great point about people believing in Nika, tying into Luffy and Joy Boy and such, because wasn't there didn't they literally say that as long as people believe in him, he'll continue to exist? I think it was Vegapunk that said that.
Vegapunk, yeah.
Yeah, he did say that.
And that's why, like, that's why Kuma's story was so heavy. That's why, like, that sort of constant faith throughout all that torture is like a very significant thing, because it's to keep that one. Yeah, exactly. Hey, shouts out. It's the key. It's to show that, like, that sort of faith needs to be like held for Luffy to actually exist, or for this sort of event to actually occur in the first place, you know? So it's really cool. I think that the more people that start to realize, like, who is on that wanted poster, the more people are going to be like, oh shit, like, this is going to be essentially our route to, like, freedom.
We also know that Oda had a short little manga before he did One Piece. Someone probably knows the name, but in that story, there was a main character who had like this eraser power. He would erase things. No, I'm sorry. The main character had a pen power, so he would create things, and the main antagonist had like an eraser power where he would erase things. And it makes me think, like, okay, is Luffy, because the eraser could be compared to rubber, but is Oda reversing it? Yeah. Is Oda having Luffy be like the pen guy, even though he's rubber and erasers are made out of rubber? Could Luffy play the pen role with his imagination, and Emu plays the eraser role? So like the nothingness, the like void, like deletion kind of powers.
Yeah, so that was a one shot, correct? It was one of his early one shots, like during the time between Monsters with Ryuma and Romance Dawn, where he had Luffy being Marine in that take.
Yeah, it was a different one. I don't remember what it's called.
Oda had like I want to say somewhere between like 5 and 15 one shots before One Piece. He did acquire a bit of them.
Yeah.
Also, I was going to say earlier on the religion aspect, I see Kuma as Job. Like, Kuma always had faith. He kept his faith, and he was punished the entire way up until the end, where at least he knows his daughter is safe with Nika right now.
Yeah, he did suffer similar to Job.
L with the $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to run to the bathroom so you guys in voice can tackle this one. L said, or I guess asked, what if they made the red line using a blood devil fruit? With all the blood of the Lunarians? Dang, it sounds too dark, though.
No, the thing is about that blood DF, like, idea. Like, I genuinely think that the whole, like, the idea of like structures made from the blood of a specific group of people or type of people is definitely like very possible. like, because in level one, um, like those structures, like we don't actually know what material they're made of. And when you think about, we see the prisoners there, they were all like soaked in blood, and we know Shiryu, who was in that prison, like was regularly killing, like because of his bloodlust, he was regularly killing prisoners, and a blood fruit would naturally be associated with like lust for blood. So like, and the Lunarians, we don't actually know where they were kept, where they were purged.
Oh,
And
I'm glad you brought that up because I was just about to ask that. What if all the blood on the level 1 is Lunarian blood and it has different properties to where somebody with that devil fruit, like you were saying, that could blood bend it, you know?
Mhm.
Because we know Lunarian blood is special. So
Yeah, definitely. I actually heard an idea that the flames on level 4 are actually the flames of Lunarians who were killed and impaled out. So those flames, like which don't seem to have like a confirmed source on level 4 that continue to burn. Like some people think that that could actually be the flames of Lunarians who like their bodies are gone, their bodies have turned to ash, but their flames still live on.
I like that. I
yeah,
didn't even
Wiz
think about the
Joe,
fire
I
thing.
can
That's
see you in the
creative.
chat, bro, and
I was
I gotta
thinking-
agree with you.
I was thinking a couple, at least when it comes to the like the flames of the Lunarians, I was thinking that the culmination of all of them made like the first mother flame, or essentially the copy of the mother flame. So what we have, like the remnants of what we have now, that version of the mother flame, I think was made out of the Lunarians. The one
wonder-
before that, I think was probably the first like naturally occurring one. And then I think this one was kind of forced one, either done
Mutineers.
by Emu or done by whoever was ruling the world before Emu. And then I think there's probably going to be another one that's most likely powered by Nika. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
like I think like, but also at the same time, I think the blood of the Lunarians being used, like think about it this way. I think most likely there are going to like the blood of Lunarians being used for the red line would be not only really cool symbolically, but I think it would be really gritty and really sort of mind altering for a lot of characters. I think it would like it would that would like seeing that sort of thing and being like, oh, the very floor that you're standing on is made of the blood that like we killed off, like the races that we killed off. Like that, he would be pissed off, and I feel like that would be a very great
Yeah,
sort of
King
motivating
especially.
force for him. King,
Yeah, King
especially
especially.
if he doesn't know. Oh my gosh, that would be crazy.
Yeah,
So I think that would be really cool.
when we
I
think
like that
about
idea a lot.
when we think about a blood
I got a
devil
question
fruit.
for you guys about that SBS we were talking
Oh
about.
shoot! I didn't even realize I was muted, bro. My bad. Let me throw in
You have
one
something
more
to say?
thing. Yeah, I'm gonna throw in one more thing, and then
That's
don't forget that question because I want to hear your question. When
All
I
right.
think about the blood devil fruit, I just keep thinking about again, Little Garden. Dorian Bragi was saying they couldn't destroy or kill the serpent covered in blood. Like,
Yeah.
am I putting too much emphasis on the blood? Because maybe that could have something to do with a blood devil fruit. I'm not
Hey.
sure.
I don't know, it makes sense, but it could also refer to like the color, but at the same time could actually refer to literal blood.
I know. I think it was probably multiple people, because when I brought that up before, they were asking like, what if the red line was that serpent? Maybe that's why they call it blood, like a blood serpent. I think they said a snake covered in blood. I think that was the exact wording in the official translation.
Oh yeah, I do remember one theory Friedel made about like it was like tied to Hindu like mythos or whatever. Like the whole idea about like holy saints who were like being persecuted by a monster and how that tied to like God Valley and like Garp and Rocks and the celestial dragons. And thinking about that with the whole idea I was talking about a couple streams ago, about the celestial dragons being like fake saints and like the holy knights, like they're supposed to be an intentional contrast. I
Mm.
when you think about it, like God was protecting these people and Rox was persecuting these people who like were falsely taking on these titles, and like when you associate the fact that these guys are the most sinful people in like the world, and like the sins that were paid by blood like on the cross, that kind of ties to like the Knights of Templar, which are like they're obviously symbolized by like the Red Cross, and they're symbolized by the Red Cross, and they're also known, like they were known as soldiers of Christ for like the Holy Land in Jerusalem. Just putting that out there.
I like that.
There was something that was on my mind about that SBS you were talking about. So, you know how they're saying that there was no scar? I've been trying to dig through that, trying to find instances where Shanks was drawn by mistake without a scar, and I can't find it. So I'm just wondering if that's even true.
Sorry, I'm double tasking. You guys can mic hog.
Wait,
Sorry, I'm trying
repeat that one
to
more
do
time?
something off screen.
Repeat that one more time.
Yeah, so that SBS where Oda's didn't answer, it was censored, and they were talking about how Shanks is sometimes drawn without a scar. But like, is that even true? Is that even the case? Because I've been looking for a panel where he was mistakenly drawn without a scar, because it would make sense to analyze that to see if it was actually Shamrock. But I can't find anything.
I think they were talking about the moment of when
From
Shamrock was at the
907, right?
birthday.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it was
907.
907.
They were talking that
Where
when they
the
were.
scar doesn't cross over to the other side.
One thing
It was
that
from-
I understand your question. I definitely see where you're coming from because I asked the same thing. Like, is there or are there more panels in the story where we see Shanks without a scar? Like, I get the question, but you know, by the same token, Oda admitted it. You know, he says that he
Yeah.
draws Shanks without the scar.
I
I'm just
feel
curious, like you.
those-
I'm curious when.
I
Yeah.
feel like those panels that he drew him without a scar didn't make it to like, I want to call it production, but you know it's a different industry than making movies and things like that. But basically, I think any panels with Shanks mistakenly draw made it to the cutting room floor, and we'll never see those.
Yeah,
We'll
but then
never
how
see
did that reader know, the guy who submitted the
Yeah,
question?
yeah, exactly. So that doesn't mean it's still not like in the story anymore.
Well,
I
if you want to get super specific, I hate to do this, but the reader didn't ask. He didn't ask about Shanks missing a scar. He only said you might have been asked this 1,000 times already, not sure, but is Shanks two different persons? He didn't say anything about the scar. It was Oda that said it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it would be like Oda, like through the lens of what Smokey just said, it would be Oda saying like, yeah, well, actually, it still doesn't work because Oda said, since Shanks is sometimes drawn without a scar. So if Oda did something like drew Shanks without a scar and it didn't go through the production and it didn't become official, it seems weird that Oda would say, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. The other
Yeah.
thing
I
that was
think
on my
we just
mind
gotta
was
take his word
since
for
we're
it. then.
putting stock into the SBS, there's another SBS where Oda gender swapped Bonnie and she looked like Shanks and Shamrock. So it's got me wondering if she could be their half sister.
Yes, I remember. I remember that SBS
Yeah,
where Oda did the gender
I
bend.
did see that.
yeah, so me and King J have been we made this a while ago. You probably haven't heard. I highly doubt that you'll hear every theory, right? There's just so many. Me and King J have been saying for a long time that SBS means that Bonnie is connected to Shanks by blood somehow, and we were always going down the agenda that she would be related to Garling or maybe be related to a possible Shanks brother. Well, now it seems like Shanks most likely has a brother, a clone, whatever you want to call it, because in that SBS where they draw. Oh shoot! I just had the whole panel on the screen. YouTube's gonna knock the stream off. Let's hope YouTube doesn't shut the stream offline, because if I put the new chapter on the screen, YouTube will knock the stream offline. Sorry. So
That
in
was a
that,
close one.
I
But
I
you
hope
did
it
this
wasn't
like
on that
once
long.
or twice every stream, brother.
I hope
This
it
is
wasn't
par
on
for
that
the
long.
course for you.
Ayo, chat, everyone in the stream, in the text chat, let me know if the stream's still live. But going back to that SBS, where again you said supernova or the Worstin, whatever it was exactly, how they were drawn gender bend. Not only did they draw Bonnie looking like a Figureland, looking like Shanks,
Mhm.
but they also have gender bend. Is it beige? I think. Or Yarouge, I think it's gender bend Yarouge to the side of Bonnie, and they're
Yeah.
looking at Bonnie, and they say in the Japanese, "Ew, a celestial dragon."
Yeah.
Oh
So
man.
that right there is like, wait. Why would Oda write that? Like, if you know how Oda is, he loves to throw in clues and loves to foreshadow and things like that. So now that apparently Shanks has a brother named Shamrock, and we don't know anything about his wives or his children, it's very possible that Shamrock got with Genie like a dirty little man and created Bonnie.
Damn.
So
Damn.
Figureland Garland, Grandpa, Shanks, her uncle.
Exactly.
It could be Garland, Shamrock, or so. That's crazy to think about, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
to
Uncle,
even-
would they be half siblings?
I don't know what
Yeah,
the
I'm assuming
proper
so.
I don't know what the proper term would be, but I think we would just, keep it simple, just say like uncle, because well, if they're half brothers, wouldn't that still make Shanks her uncle? Or is it a different
Yeah.
name?
Yeah, because the
I
blood
don't
would
even
be
know.
shared.
Probably
Oh,
still an
well,
uncle.
Uncle.
Well, it depends
It'd
if
be uncle.
Figureland Garling is both their brother. I mean, their father, and she has a different mother, so she's Shank's half sister.
That's a great point, because we're only assuming that Shanks is the son of Garling. Now that's a very good assumption. That's very reasonable, but it's
Yeah,
not
it's a very
confirmed.
reasonable one, but it's
Yeah.
not confirmed. Yeah,
That's a
It's
good
from
point.
like
could be a nephew of Garland, but very reasonable to think he's the son.
But it seems like those guys are related regardless, right? Like so far, the family tree is looking like Jewelry Bonnie, Shanks, Shamrock, and Figureland or Garling. Sorry.
yeah, Garland being the patriarch, the grandpa.
Yeah.
Then it's got to be Shamrock's her dad, while Shanks would be split off on the side as being her uncle. But
Yeah.
since she's half, that's where the little confusion comes in. But I would still call her an uncle instead of a half brother. I mean, I would still call Shanks Bonnie's uncle instead of half brother.
Yeah, me too.
If that's the case, Kuma has to get involved, like in this arc with Shamrock. Like we
Kuma's
gotta
gotta
see
come back
Kuma
from
get
hell
some
and
kind of
get the
revenge.
plot.
Like we have to see the guy get some kind of revenge.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I gotta
Kuma
gotta
go,
see
bro.
Kuma be vindicated.
That's actually I really like that. Kuma having a confrontation with Shamrock, knowing that or figuring that out, that would be an insane moment.
Like
Kuma would
Like,
get his
I
shit
wanna
rocked,
see the
bro.
Kuma-
I would not want to see that.
I want to
Is
see
it
the Kuma that
is it Omi? I think
like
Omi. I think your mic is a bit low. Hold, maybe I could turn you up actually.
Is my mic low? My fault.
No, it's all good. I think I'll just turn you up.
I'm also quite sick, so I'm keeping it low key.
All right. I hope you get better. What were you saying,
Appreciate
Elite
that,
One?
thank
My
you.
bad.
no, like I was just remembering like when Kuma attacked Saturn and like he punched him. Like I feel like Kuma, the scariest version of Kuma that could really put fear into the Holy Knights and could really get good revenge is like the one who was like attacking the Straw Hats, like where he was testing them in Thriller Bark. Like that Kuma is the scariest version of Kuma, the one where he's stoic and like he talks in an extremely calm voice, and then he materialized Luffy's fatigue and pain. Like imagine if he does that to Shamrock, like he makes Shamrock step into like a bubble of extreme pain and suffering, but like instead of like trying to preserve Zoro, like because obviously he was just trying to test Zoro, he didn't actually hate the Straw Hats, he was testing them. Like we see how that specific ability works when Kuma's really trying to destroy an individual and like ruin it.
Hey,
Well, Elite
I'll
One-
raise you one. I'll raise you one. If you remember when Kuma was younger on Sorbet Kingdom and he was in that war that they showed for like 2 or 3 panels or like a page, he looks super angry there. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Was
Yeah,
that when
yeah.
the king came back and he destroyed their ship or whatever?
Yeah.
I
That's
also,
true.
but I also wanted to bring up when it comes to Kuma though, my whole thing is that if he like, and I was so for like him using that sort of ability. I just think that when it comes to who he should have used it on, I think that it would have been a lot more fitting for his character and for the narrative if that sort of event happened with Saturn and him. Saturn, he gave a big punch, right? But my whole thing is, I was expecting, right? Because from a narrative point, Kuma from that point in the story was like he was just a tank. Like he was just taking an absurd amount of damage from the
Mhm.
celestial dragons, from fighting, from just protecting.
Akainu.
Like
Don't
Akainu,
don't
like
forget
there was a
Akainu.
lot of
Fucked him
of
up
course.
bad.
And so
Yeah, that's
my
true.
whole thing is that I thought he was that was all meant to retain within himself so he can use that to fight against someone. Because we know that this ability
Yeah,
surpasses any sort of like special durability you have because this is the concept. Like a pain is a
yeah,
like
yeah.
that's why like
Materializing things that don't have real substance. Yeah.
exactly they're like Perona or sugar or things. These are conceptual ideas rather than applicable things. So now when it comes to Kuma, I thought, okay, he's gonna fly there, he's gonna eject all the pain
Lucas, are you talking about this?
and just destroy him. Because
Yeah.
that's gonna be the narrative. That's gonna be the narrative conclusion for his character. He saves Bonnie, yada yada. That did not go about. Now that I
Yo,
saw
it
that he
does
got
look like
completely destroyed, I'm like, okay, now I feel really bad because I'm like, I don't think Oda's ever gonna give him the opportunity for him to display that sort of ability because now he's not even conscious. Like I don't think it's fair to the character for him to be brought back alive and reanimated and stuff like that. Because that it makes me desensitized to what actually happened to him, and I don't want that to happen because I like
Yo,
I like his story. Sorry, go
this is
ahead.
way off topic, but Lucas just
no,
found
I see
something
what you're looking at.
insane.
I see what you're looking at.
What? So on chapter 28, there's a color spread of the Straw Hats. Luffy's much older. He looks like he's 17, 16, 18. And we see quote unquote Shanks here, but we don't see the face. He has a left arm and he's presumably holding some kind of stick. What is this Shamrock? Did Oda try to sneak Shamrock in a random color
Yeah.
spread?
What's his shirt say? Marvelous Noon?
Marvelous Noon. Huh.
Oh, that's tied to like the moon, like sun
And
stuff.
the rake that he's holding looks similar to, I mean, not exactly one to one, but it looks kind of like a horseshoe. You feel me? I mean, not exactly, but it kind of
horseshoe.
looks like a horseshoe. Horseshoes are lucky, lucky horseshoes. Luck, clover, shamrock.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
But that's just me reaching. That's my head canon.
Nah, not a
Right
reach.
there.
See, I this has me super intrigued. Why does he have a left arm here? Luffy's an adult. So Oda drew a young Shanks with a left arm, but then Luffy older? Like, huh. I don't know. This is weird, bro. Like, I feel like Oda would have had to have Garling foreshadowed and planned for a long time. Or, I mean, Shamrock,
Yeah,
but Garling as
definitely.
well. But yo, Lucas, what is your Twitter? So I can shout you out.
Oh, it's all good, bro. I don't use Twitter, only Instagram.
Okay.
I feel like Kuma will definitely have a chance to use that ability, like to materialize like suffering and pain, like in a context where he's actually getting revenge on people because like they grape they G his wife, the woman he loved. So like the whole concept of like using women for pleasure and like suffering and pleasure, like they kind of like on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, so like the price they paid a price for what they did to Ginny through suffering through the materialized bubbles of pain, like trauma. Like it could be a really good scene. Like it could be a really good moment for Kuma.
Jonathan,
Man.
welcome back. He said Shanks as a baby had 3 items on his pajamas: stars, sun, and moon. Maybe those are options of Shanks, like stars, celestial dragons, sun, Roger, moon, rocks. I think, me personally, again, the stars, suns, and moons on the pajama or the pajamas of Shanks is tying into how he has celestial dragon blood, because celestial means outer space, it means heavens. So like sun,
exactly.
star, and moon, that's like a celestial theme.
Celestial bodies, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys agree with that take, or do you think there might be something else, kind of like what he said, like a sun, Roger, moon, rocks, or something?
I'm about
No,
the
I
same
think it's
with
a
the
tribute to what
celestial.
you said, like him being a celestial dragon.
Yeah, something like that.
Yo, excuse me, Big Mo in the chat.
Yo,
Yo, how we feeling about the chapter, bro?
10 out of 10.
10
Low
out
key.
of 10. High key.
Damn.
High key. Tripping.
The version I'm reading is pinned in the stream chat, Donnie. Go ahead, Smokey. I think it was Smokey.
I said, I can agree with him on a 10 out of 10. I mean, yesterday, before I even saw the panels, I said this was a strong 9 out of 10 at least. So,
I'm saying,
10 out
bro,
of 10,
like,
I can't see the problem with that.
Usopp is going to shine, bro. Just wait. Usopp is going to shine, man. Y'all thinking y'all
Usopp
talking
sucks.
That's fact. That's fact.
I'm here
Brother,
for
you
it.
do not want me to
You know,
start slandering Usopp. He better get his power up, Majestic. He better get his power up. That's all I'm saying.
Bro, Usopp is going to one-shot Shamrock, bro. Trust. Well,
He needs a
man.
crazy weapon if he's gonna do that. He needs a
Usopp
crazy weapon.
one-shot Shamrock.
Kabuto is
no.
going to need a legendary
So
devil
chat,
face
bro.
for him to accomplish that.
Negative
Shamrock.
I did want to bring something up about the chapter though.
What's that?
Did y'all realize?
What's
Did
that?
y'all realize how much Harold and Kaido look alike?
Yeah.
Did y'all?
We've also
That's
said he
crazy,
kind of
huh?
looks like Kratos.
He does look like Kratos, of course. He looks like Kratos, but like pretty much imagine him with horns. Just look at him and then imagine him with horns and see how identical. Like the chin hair, like the beard is the same. The mustache is different. His is zigzag. Kaido's is like swooped down. But like
Yeah.
they even have the tattoo on the same exact spot. They have like the same facial structure. They almost look identical. So I'm like, hey, I know that he's an Oni and he has Oni blood, and I know Kaido is an Oni, and we know Harold's been he's active, bro. He has 2 different baby mamas, so like maybe he has another one. Like my whole thing.
Yeah, he was wilding outside.
He was wilding outside, but maybe Kaido is a product of him, but he's a bit more on the Kaido's a bit more on the Oni side. So like maybe he got with another person that was half Oni, so Kaido got majority Oni, and then but like Loki got with someone that's majority giant, and like
Damn, he doesn't look like.
Yo, you're right. They have like
He
the
looks
same
a lot
exact
like
beard.
Kaido.
They have the same exact beard. Look at how it points up in the middle.
Hey, yo.
When we remember that,
Yo, Kaido
remember
go
Giant
ask his mom,
you know?
like, Kaido go ask his mom, like, what's going on, bro?
Exactly, bro.
What's
Too much
happening?
like
Who's
the
my
nigga.
dad?
Damn.
Who is my dad? But I just want y'all to realize, like, how sick is this if, like, that's a possibility? Because I just picture him with horns, and I'm like, yo, those niggas are gonna look exactly the same. Like, if he had horns, they look identical.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And just like how I like how you said like the whole Oni thing, ancient giant blood. I could see Kaido having that because he's gigantic. He could fit the idea of giant, maybe like Loki size, and then the horns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Oda
and
never
like,
explained Kaido's DNA. Like he just kind of like dodged that, and now we're getting this lore about King Harold and his horns and ancient giant blood. I could see it.
I'll get hyped. Exactly, you're cooking. That's exactly it, and it's really cool to see because like soon we're gonna understand a bit more about like the Buccaneers because we know the Buccaneers are also sort of like a mixed breed amongst like a few different like the Giants, one that we don't know, and then probably like most likely like a regular human. So it's gonna be really cool to see like how deep do these bloodlines go and how like what are these characters made of? Like who like at the end of the day, I just want to see what the hell Kaido even is. like,
Yeah.
we
Dang,
just
like,
we
what
haven't
is
even explained
Kaido, nigga?
anything.
He's just a big
We got
ass
more
nigga
out of
swinging that big ass fucking. I don't
some
fucking.
big ass nigga. This crazy,
He's a
bro.
big mean nigga, bro. Like, what is that,
Kaido,
bro?
I mean,
Kaido
it's
is
wrong.
just an enigma. He
You guys think it could be
the
linked to
category
Skype
of
here?
pizza.
Big
Yo.
motherfucker, he put his dick on Kaido.
Yo,
There was a statue.
this man Antoine, thank you for the $2 super chat. He said Usopp is gonna F Shamrock with his nose. What?
Brother.
Yo,
Speaking about that really quickly, guys.
who's
Do we,
Shamrock?
do, we
Reverse,
still,
bro?
do we still believe in the David and Goliath storyline that could happen with Usopp? Do we
Yes.
still
Oh,
think that's a possibility? Could he
They
take
need to
down
break
Loki?
it.
Possibility.
bro, who said that, bro? Thank you, bro. I've been trying to say that for the longest, bro. Yo,
I
it's gonna
said
be
that.
David
Not
Goliath,
you.
but it's gonna be Usopp. I was gonna say Usopp and Loki, but hey, man, I think that's better than Usopp and Shamrock. But I don't think that whole Loki thing don't make sense with Usopp. I don't know. I mean,
I
similar,
want-
if you think about it.
I want it to be Usopp versus Loki, and Usopp to
Yeah.
win. But so far, it's not looking like it's gonna pan out that direction. But you
Yeah.
know what's really cool?
What's
Something
up?
that I realized, another thing about that's gonna correlate with Usopp. They called King Harold a great warrior, and Usopp's dream is to be a great warrior of the sea. So does that mean that Usopp is going to be either I think obviously he's gonna be influential in this kingdom, but is he going to be like a giant representative? Like, is he going to be like on the front? Like, is he going to be a pirate for them? Is he going to be in their kingdom? Like, they call King Harold a great warrior, and I think that Usopp's going to take ultimate influence from him.
He got to, bro. Hey, Usopp got a long nose for a reason, bro. If you got a long nose, you know what that means. Big energy, bro. Straight up.
Yeah. Hey, facts. Come on now.
On the topic of Usopp becoming a great warrior and him getting some recognition in this island, I'm thinking about how the Holy Knights and the world government want to place them, the ferocious warriors of Elbaf, under the command of the world government. Maybe the Holy Knights and the world government send more people out here. Maybe it's not only these guys. Maybe they send Marines or something. And Usopp leads the force of the Giants. He kind of coordinates them in a war to help protect and save the Giants as Luffy fights Loki. So they look at Luffy like, yo, Luffy defeated Loki.
I think
Luffy's the sun god, but wait a second. This man Usopp helped coordinate us. He helped us have this whole strategy on fighting back against the Holy Knights, fighting it back against the world government, or possibly Marines, sort of like Egghead, and we're gonna crown him as a great warrior, just like Harold.
Because the thing about Usopp is Usopp's a very good tactician. Like, I know Usopp's a coward, and they play a lot of gags, and that he's childish like Luffy. All that's true. But at the end of the day, like, Usopp's the logical one. I feel like Oda uses Usopp.
Battle IQ a lot, man.
What was that?
Battle IQ is great. I agree.
I was gonna say
looking
don't
like
really
what a
mention it a
normal
lot.
person would be like in a situation on a pirate crew. Usopp's completely normal, except for the fact that he has a legendary father.
Bro, he's not normal. Usopp's not normal.
Yeah, he got observation hockey, bro. I don't know
Bro,
if that's
Usopp has some of the best endurance in the show relative to a human, bro.
That is
He has
fact.
some. He has honestly.
I don't know.
Some of the best endurance in the Zoro. Zoro is abnormal also. And he's but Usopp is extremely abnormal. Usopp got his face shattered multiple times, and he's just standing and running around.
Yeah, didn't
Like,
his
He's not
skull?
regular. He's
Didn't
not
his
normal.
skull get cracked?
Yeah, multiple times.
dude.
Multiple times.
Cracked his skull.
He's gotten his face cracked, and his body shattered multiple times.
Yeah,
He's
that's
not
kind of
regular.
wild
We
for a
can't call him
human.
regular anymore.
A non-hockey,
It's
non-double
Usopp.
fruit human.
That's
mean,
what I'm saying, bro.
don't forget,
Come on
he
now.
got observation, bro. Don't disrespect my goat like that. He got observation.
He has observation.
Okay,
But like,
okay,
but that has
Majestic.
nothing
Like
to do
I
with
said, it's
endurance.
now or never for that boy Usopp. He better do something, or I will slander him to the high heavens.
What's up with the Usopp slender, bro? Guys, you guys gotta understand, bro. Usopp's a normal nigga doing crazy shit, bro. Just do that. Zoro's not doing that. Luffy's not doing that. Only Usopp's
So
not
wait. Zoro, I'm gonna stop you
Wait.
there. You're not gonna slander my
Oh
boy
no,
Zoro.
bro, we can't do this. We can't do
No, I'm
this.
playing Zoro's
Yo.
my second favorite story. I fuck with Zoro.
I'm an Usopp fan, but I can't be delusional. I can't go too far with some of these things.
Yeah,
I-
Mo, take some notes.
I want
Mo,
to
take some
defend you, but
notes.
Bro,
Hey,
nah, you
man.
guys gotta understand. Usopp is him. I'm tired of the disrespect, bro, of Usopp.
It's that Yasop DNA tax. We're taxing him.
Hey, bro.
He ain't done enough.
Speaking of a guy that I think is him, how do you guys think Cross Guild will play in the future of One Piece? Like, what do you guys think in terms
Good
of like, do you think they're gonna play a role?
All right, I'm gonna
in-
say something crazy here.
I mean,
I don't like the idea of Boa joining Cross Guild. I just really don't, because
Wait,
the way that she is, she's a conqueror, and the only man she will ever submit to is Luke. So I don't like the idea of Boa joining Cross Guild. Doflamingo or Law, I could see it, but other than that,
okay.
that's what I see.
I mean, we
Okay.
know that Cross Guild, they called out that they want to get the One Piece, so surely they're gonna have to have some kind of role in grabbing a poneglyph, or at least going for poneglyphs. Whether that's
Facts.
like a free for all war with Blackbeard, Luffy, and Co, or maybe Cross Guild goes to Hachinosu without Luffy. Like, surely they have to do something if they're chasing the One Piece, as stated by Buggy.
That's a very good point, because I mean, yes, we know that Buggy was with Shanks and Roger for the poneglyphs, but I don't know. Like, I don't know exactly how Buggy's gonna get the poneglyphs.
I am excited.
Blackbeard's about to murder this nigga Shanks, bro. It's not even funny, bro.
Who?
Blackbeard is gonna murder Shanks, bro.
I don't know where the, like, in terms of how the Cross Guild is going to get any of the poneglyphs, I'm not necessarily sure. But when it comes to at least how they can play a role in essentially what's going to be happening in current events, so sort of like what Blackbeard is doing and what the Straw Hats are doing, I think they're most likely going to link up with the Red Hair Pirates. They're going to either interact with them for some reason. They're going to try to make some sort of trade. They're going to. It's either going to turn out it's going to turn out for either them getting one poneglyph and escaping, or it's them sparking, like getting an out, like developing, or them partnering to find the last poneglyph. So it's going to be like a Buggy Shanks partnership, going to find that, or Cross Guild Shanks Pirates partnership to find the last poneglyph. Maybe those two are like, oh, we're the remnants of the Roger Pirates. We understand. We if there's anybody that would understand where it could be, it's one of us. That's my reach.
Also,
But
I
was gonna say, one second, VP. I also
My
think
bad,
on your
my
take, VP, when it comes to Boa joining Cross Guild, I think that would be great. I think that none of them are supposed to like being there. They're supposed to be like a Rocks Pirates, like the new era Rocks Pirates. Like none of them are. It's supposed to be dysfunctional. Nobody's actually supposed to be like looking up to Buggy in any sort of way or respecting him in any sort of way. So that's why I'm like, one, I think Rocks is a fraud also. In my opinion, I think Rocks is a fraud.
That's a wild take.
No way.
I think Rocks is like this. Rocks is like this era Buggy.
I see where you're coming from.
Buggy
I
is
see where you're
this
coming
era.
from. You're drawing
Yeah.
the parallel between him and Buggy. I get that, but I don't know, man. Kaido looks up to a fraud.
Of course.
Come on, man. Like, come on.
Of course.
Like, bro,
You can look. Yo, it doesn't even matter. You can
Reveal, you know, slandering Kaido is the popular thing nowadays. So
It's not even like I'm slandering. That's not slandering Kaido. Kaido just Kaido not understanding who Rocks actually is. Like, you can misinterpret someone. Like, it's fine. Like, 'cause people do that for Buggy all the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, people do that for
I'm
Buggy.
just making a
People do
joke.
that for Usopp.
Misinterpret
Like,
feats of
it's
strength.
very easy to do. Of course, Usopp, once again, Usopp, from guys that are actually stronger than him, they're calling him a god. Like, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no way in hell that, like, you can't not be misinterpreted by some people sometimes. Like, your title can surpass you sometimes. And that's why I think, like, Usopp's going to be a prime example. Buggy's going to be prime. Buggy is a prime example of him getting titles that he does not deserve at all, getting influence that he does not deserve at all.
That boy Buggy only knows how to fail upwards.
Exactly.
He's mastered it. I don't know how, but he mastered that skill.
That's
hey, bro,
why I'm like,
make it till you make it, bro.
For the Boa, yeah, Boa, I'm like, that's not too far out of the possibility.
Wait, didn't Sengoku like confirm like that Rocks is strong? Like he said, like
he was Roger's greatest rival. That's what Sengoku said.
Yeah, that's what Sengoku said.
And his greatest, first and
that's
greatest.
All he said. That's
favorite
all he
rival,
said.
but this nigga got clapped by Okiji. Now I'm playing. My bad.
That's all he said. He was his greatest rival. He did not.
Whoa! Was that Dark Commander? We ain't having that here.
That's it.
Vincent asks, we all know that most of the Yonko are consisted of former members of the Rocks Pirates, so what if Loki is also a former Rocks Pirate?
Nah.
I think it would
I wouldn't like that at all.
You know?
I mean, it was cool, but I mean, I just don't see it, man.
My problem with that is he would have been present on God Valley. I just don't see why he wouldn't have been there.
Well, if Loki was on God Valley, that I would
so huge, like
3 times over.
What's good, Branks? Welcome back, bro. Does anyone remember what chapter was for God Valley? 1086 or something like that?
Yeah, 1080, 85.
What the Jimmy flashback? 1090 something. 10.
Yeah, 1096 around there. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was 1096.
It actually might be 1096.
Because
you gotta realize there's so many people on the Rocks Pirates who care about strength. Like Shiki cares about strength, Gloriosus and Amazon Empress, and like the whole like hierarchy over there is about strength. Like there's too many people who care about strength on that crew for Rocks not to be like the strongest guy. Like
all I gotta say,
no, he's not the spot. Bro, I promise you, he's not. That's the reason why all those characters care about strength, right? Is the driving force as to why they would not actually all be on the same pirate crew unless their leader is not someone that is like essentially
unless their leader is someone who is significantly stronger than them individually. Yeah,
I don't.
That's literally just what it means to Rocks.
They're all
like that just means Rocks is a character with strength we've never seen before. Like that's just what it means.
I think
and that's why he was erased. That's why individually he was erased. Like he was erased from history.
Then who erased him from history and who killed him?
I mean, Emu.
If he's this ultimate power,
Emu, the king of the world.
Okay, if Emu, that means Emu has to be a okay.
I don't necessarily think it's a strength thing that made her like something happened to Rocks, because we know strong people can get screwed over in so many different ways. There's so many ways to beat people who are significantly stronger than you if the circumstances create.
You know what I believe about God Valley? Here's what I believe. I believe that Whitebeard, I believe all of the Rocks crew, Rocks, he wanted something. He was so driven to get it. He crossed the line at God Valley somewhere, and it rubbed Whitebeard in particularly in a bad way. I believe Whitebeard betrayed Rocks at God Valley.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Whitebeard fought Garwing, and then after Rocks did whatever he was going to do that pushed Whitebeard over the edge, Whitebeard just said, fuck it. And that's when Garp and Roger were able to get to Rocks and defeat him.
This is off topic, but Jordan brings up a good point. He says, I don't see Loki joining under anyone, but that is the same exact case with Doflamingo. Doflamingo never served under anyone, and in fact, he would even tell people like Crocodile to serve him. So again, like we were talking about this yesterday and the day before, or not the Yeah, the day before as well. There's too many parallels between Doflamingo and Loki. It seems that both of them are going to be blonde. Both of them are connected to royalty. Both of them refuse to serve under anyone. Both of them stick their tongue out. Exactly. Both stick their tongue out. Both killed their fathers. There's all these parallels between Loki and Doflamingo, and I don't think it's for no reason. I think it's intentional. The question is, why is Oda trying to make them a parallel?
Which I absolutely agree with.
A good point.
The only pushback I have, and it's a small pushback, is that Dofi served Kaido. But other than that, I agree with everything you just said.
Well, we say served because he was more of a broker in the underworld. Wouldn't it be like business deals?
He didn't really like, business deals. Like he was like his little business partner, not really like serve under him.
Like a venture.
He was scared to death of him. Once he got shot off from the smile fruit, he thought Kaido was gonna murder his ass.
True. Didn't shake his boots, cause it's Kaido. Kaido do got the biggest dick. Can't lie. You know what I mean?
He could toss that down Big Mom's Grand Canyon and she'd actually feel it.
Big Mom's Grand Canyon is insane.
She's had like 100.
I guess we're thinking about that idea about the Holy Knights trying to recruit Doflamingo like that. That makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. Like them coming to Impel Down to recruit.
Yeah. Jonathan said Dofi did try to kill Moria for Kaido. Wasn't it actually from orders above the Gorosei?
Wait, Moria.
It's true. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Wasn't it? I don't remember the Kaido.
I don't think it was Kaido.
I don't think it was Kaido. I think it was above Sengoku. I think it was.
Yeah, it was probably the Gorosei.
Yeah, exactly. Because remember that infamous panel. He's like pointing up and he's like even higher.
Yeah,
I don't think it was Kaido.
Sengoku,
Yeah, it wasn't Kaido. Yeah, it had to be the Gorosei for sure.
Eli is asking.
Emu is sitting back in his chair, even though everything's gone to hell. He's just sitting back in his chair, like, "Oh my God, thank God I got rid of Saturn." That guy was fucking up. He didn't want to chase the Straw Hats to Elbaf. He let Joy Boy get off the island alive. Yeah, I get why Emu eliminated that man so quickly.
Yeah, bro. Like, what is Saturn, bro? Like, eliminate that nigga, bro.
Jonathan says, then why would they want Moria dead in terms of the Gorosei wanting Moria dead?
Yeah, he's weak.
He's weak. I'd imagine his fruit is super useful. Like, the thing is, and I don't know if you're necessarily trying to say this, Jonathan, so I'm not assuming that you are, but just because we don't know why the Gorosei would want Moria dead doesn't mean, okay, well, it's for Kaido. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I don't have... For me, I don't have like a top one reason as to why they wanted Moria dead. Most likely something with a devil fruit.
I think there's multiple reasons. One, they wanted to strengthen their organization. Two, Moria's devil fruit in the right hands would be crazily overpowered. Three, basically it's a status to send a message. Hey, you screwed up. Even though you're a warlord, we're in charge.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because remember they were really upset. We had dialogue of the Gorosei upset that Moria failed. They were supposed to like they knew. I remember there's dialogue that the Gorosei knew Luffy was going to end up at Thriller Bark, and that they were like, okay, well, hopefully Moria will settle that. And take him out.
Yeah, that's why they sent Kuma. They wanted Moria to have extra backup. They wanted two warlords versus Luffy, but instead Kuma decided to be the gangster that he was, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to let you feel a little bit of your captain's pain, and then I'm going to send you on your way. Which is even crazier because Kuma, I believe somewhere in the story, Kuma does state that the pain bubble that Zoro took, even though he had been taking pain bubbles every day his whole life, would have knocked him out. He said that was beyond anything he could have tanked at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, it all makes sense, bro. Like, yo, Oda is such a fucking genius, bro. Like, yo, who's gonna suck his dick, bro? Like, that ass. Like,
wow. Hey, you're the one that suggested it. Why don't you step up?
Step up to the plate. Show your One Piece devotion.
Show your devotion.
Show your devotion to the king.
Jordan's saying is maybe they wanted to use Moria's fruit in the hands of a holy knight.
I believe they wanted. They wanted Moria to get Orange Jr.'s body, and because I think he failed somewhere along that line. You get what I'm saying? Because the best use of Moria's fruit at Marineford would have been to be able to procure Morris Jr.'s body and soul.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gecko Moria's fruit, it already kind of even like it looks a lot. His moveset is essentially like Big Mom's, but also aesthetically looks a lot like Emu's and looks a lot like now that we've seen Gunko's, but Gunko's also. That sort of arrow, sort of piercing look with the blackness of it all looks all oddly similar amongst all three of those characters. So I think that there's probably a correlation between those characters. I'm not obviously I don't maybe the devil fruits are the correlation, but
yeah.
obviously from
So
character design, none of them correlate.
So devil fruits are usually in a class. Obviously, we know the three types. You know, the Paramecia, the Zoan, the Logia. But even within there, we know the Maramara no Mi is a lower class of fruit than Akainu's magma fruit. So it could be that Moria has the lowest level fruit, Big Mom's got the second level, and then Emu, if by the slim chance he does have a devil fruit, it's got the highest level.
But
I
don't
wanted
particularly.
No, go ahead.
Wait, how do you know Akainu's fruit is higher level than
because Oda's.
Did he say that?
Yeah, it was in the SBS. Yeah, because Oda pointed out because someone asked Oda about fruits having like there being better versions of pre-existing fruits, and Oda gave examples. So like the Maramara is quote unquote weaker than the magma fruit. What's the bird girl from Punk Hazard with the snow?
Monet,
yeah.
I'm not much
a weaker version of
OMG.
Okay.
I'll give you another example. We have Mr. 2 with the clone fruit, you know, where he could touch people's faces and then he would take their face. Now we have Katarina Devon. She could add a higher devil fruit class.
I get it. I was just for me it was just a matter of like utilization rather than a higher class. I didn't know there was classes to it all.
Well, I think
think about this. I know there's two different Miss Wednesday and freaking Mock Vice. Both of those guys are weight devil fruits, but we don't particularly know which one's better.
I want to go to Jonathan real quick, or not Jonathan. I want to go to Vincent real quick because we were talking about Usopp agenda. There's multiple panels of Loki being tied to a tree. On his right, you see a stick, and then on his left, there's like this big, like dark colored thing, and it looks to be a hammer. Vincent was saying that Usopp's upgrade will come in the form of Loki's hammer, as we also get the return of Soga King. I really like that.
Loki's hammer. I think he's gonna get like something else.
Because if you look at Loki, there's multiple panels in the past 3 or 4 chapters where there's a stick on his right side and it's going diagonal, like if it's a weapon on his back, and then on his left, that's not a sword, bro. That's not a sword.
That's a hammer. Yeah,
that's a hammer
for sure.
That's a hammer. Also, another very
so he
look at Loki's belt buckle.
So
I think that scarred with
like Enma and Zoro.
Yeah,
is the weapon gonna scale down?
Yeah. So that is exactly what you said. There was a SBS of a reader asking Oda about that. How Odin's sword went to Zoro and then the size changed. I forgot what Oda said, but probably something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, fair.
And then you think like throughout the story, when you think throughout the story, Usopp's using like a fake hammer that's supposed to weigh like 100 tons or whatever, but now he's getting the real deal hammer from Loki on Elbaf.
I was actually gonna say the exact same thing. Like Usopp was like using a full 10,000 ton hammer. What if Loki actually wields a real 10,000 ton hammer? Like, and that would actually be like extremely like significant because like we remember when Hasrudin beat Mac Vice, he nearly died under that weight that Mac Vice was putting on him, and Zoro witnessed Hasrudin do this crazy feat where he nearly died and he had to use every bone in his body. What if Loki is casually using a 10,000 ton hammer effortlessly like it's a light stick, and Zoro sees this, and then that will actually emphasize the difference in strength between Loki and Hasrudin.
Do you think? Do you know what I think Usopp's main power up is gonna be? It's gonna
So
be that magic box that they were using for that rainbow. The giants were using to create that rainbow. That's gonna be Usopp's probably
Oh
biggest
yeah.
power up, because that is based.
I can
That
see
is an
that.
ability that is based almost is damn near limitless, and is based on imagination. For Usopp, Usopp doesn't have Luffy's devil fruit ability. He doesn't have any devil fruit ability. But what he does
Mm,
have is creativity. If you give
Yeah,
him a
mm,
Usopp's
tool,
very creative.
he
I'll
knows
give
how
you that.
he's gonna know how to use it to the best degree possible. So I think that if you give him a tool that damn near is limitless, then he's going to be able to create and set up not only like amazing traps, but also develop like great weaponry. He's made like the climb attack, which has been able to sustain a devil fruit ability, and which has been able to sustain, which has been able to utilize like many different move sets and different weather abilities. Like he made that shit. Imagine if he had like ancient tech that's also like
mm.
magic essentially. Like the dude is gonna be broken. Think of all the things he did with dials, bro. And dials are like archaic to compared to this shit.
Yeah,
It's like
bro.
so I think that that's going to be most likely his main power up. If anything, if he's ever going to get like a hammer or something like that, I think it's going to be like a different hammer. I think it's going to be like Mjolnir. It's most likely going to be a hammer that's going to be like Zeus. Like it's going to have a personality, maybe a
Yeah,
double fruit, something that to contrast Usopp's character. Like it's going to either be like
yeah,
something like a really brave, like courageous like devil fruit, like where it's like, oh, I don't know, whatever devil fruit it is, whatever will it has is going to be like very strong versus the very sort of cowardice like nature of Usopp. So it's like
yeah. An
going to force him
extremely
to fight,
powerful weapon that
like a
contrasts
truly,
Usopp's weak.
yeah, like he so kind of like forces him to fight essentially, like forces him to get into action. One theory that I had a long time ago that was along these lines, and I'm going to ramble a little bit, is that I think that NL will essentially like Usopp will essentially have Mjolnir. Mjolnir is essentially summons lightning, and I think that if we go and if Usopp is essentially in like a pickle or something like that, in like worst case scenario, he uses Mjolnir's like last sort of like it's maybe a special move or something like that, but he summons lightning and he literally can like summon NL and like force him to appear just due to the fact that he is essentially the essence of lightning. So it's like, oh, I'm literally forcing you to come here and like fight my battle for me, and then you can. It's kind of like there's been like a few animes that have like it's like a I don't know if you guys watch like Fairy Tale, like when Lucy like has one of those keys and she summons a Zodiac.
Celestial beast for Zodiacs. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Exactly. Like so like Usopp, like of course like NL we know is a very, very powerful person. I still think till this day still has some of the best feats in the story. So I think that if Oda scales him up correctly, I think that he's going to be comparable with anybody in the verse under the right circumstances, of course. Like I don't want Luffy to be I don't want Usopp to be like the ultimate super guy, but I think that having that sort of like last resort ability would be really cool, where he can
And that,
either like summon NL or summon NL's electricity for a second. It would be really cool. That's what I thought for a while. I don't necessarily subscribe to that anymore, but cool
I mean,
thought.
I kind of see what you're saying because it kind of brings up something that I've noticed, or at least that I kind of paid attention to. Like in pre-time skip, it seems like in pre-time skip, Oda decided to put villains in front of Luffy for the time that he technically shouldn't have beat. So what I mean by that, I feel like he used NL too early. Like NL could have easily been a post-time skip villain. And the same thing with Crocodile. He could have had Crocodile a little later on in the story. You feel me? So
Yeah.
I feel like early One Piece, because Oda was so focused on trying to launch it, get it successful, make it good. Not saying it's a bad thing, it's just something I've noticed. Like I feel like there's one or two of the pre-time skip villains that you could pluck and drop somewhere else, and it would make sense. If you get what I'm saying.
I absolutely agree. Like I think that when it comes to Enel's one of my Crocodile is my favorite character in all of One Piece. He I think that when it comes to yeah, he's honestly one of them. Like you can place him in any part of the story, and I still think he'd be just as impactful and just as influential. So it's really cool to see. For Enel, Enel was just like, yo, Oda was like thinking way ahead on that arc. Like he was thinking that was so large scale and so far ahead of what we could even fathom at that moment. And NL kind of matched that sort of energy where he was just so unbelievably powerful. He was using hockey at such a crazy high degree that we, till this day, we still are like, yo, that guy was like amazing. So it's such a crazy thing to see now that like if Luffy was fighting NL at that point and he knew like he could like grab electricity and stuff like that, dude would one shot NL quickly with a quick. He could just grab that shit and just throw it back at him and like, or like what, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he would just grab it and like play around with it. But we didn't know that even Luffy was able to do that in the first place. Like we knew that he was rubber, so okay, it wouldn't actually hurt him. But we didn't know that he could legitimately just fold it and like he can create like, you know what I'm saying? Like he can actually manipulate it. So
also speaking on Luffy real quick, here's what we know about Luffy. He's got a lot of special resistances that we didn't realize that he had until we got into the post time skip. So because he fought Magellan and he got poisoned by Magellan, Luffy is naturally resistant to poisons that would kill people. He's also resistant to fire because we've seen him tank Kaido's bolo breath. Sorry.
Yeah.
We also know he's resistant to lightning because of NL and Kaido. So yeah, Luffy's got a lot of natural resistances now.
I want to say real quick, we're probably going to wrap up the stream within 15 minutes, guys. So keep posting questions. If you guys have any final takes, any final theories and predictions, now is the time. Everyone in the stream chat, go ahead and post all your questions and your theories and everything, and we'll wrap up in like 15 minutes or so.
Also, Solo Piece, I saw Pieces. Sorry if I got that wrong. I saw in the chat somewhere earlier on, and Threeville agreed with you. Yeah, it's time for most of Usopp's lies to become true. So, as I've been saying over and over, it's now or never for that boy Usopp.
That's what that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine he could just say a bunch of lies, and that box that the box that can essentially make anything could like actually make it a reality. Like he's like, oh, I actually have a 10-ton hammer, and they give him a 10-ton hammer that he can hold. Like for everybody else, it's a 10-ton hammer. For him, it's just like something that he can hold effortlessly. So
yeah, I mean,
it would be cool. I think Oda can.
If Usopp takes the handle or the hammer from Loki, there could be some lore behind that hammer. Like if we presume that what Loki is holding is a hammer, which it seems to be, like we don't even know the background behind it. Maybe you have to have like a certain level of hockey, some type of hockey. Maybe it's drawn to a certain user. It was drawn to Loki, but now it's drawn to Usopp. Like, isn't there some kind of like Arthur, right? Didn't he pull out a sword from like a rock or something, and it was tied to him? We also should look into Mjolnir lore, Excalibur. And then I know people for a long time in real life, 10 years, 15 years, people have been thinking that Usopp would get Mjolnir from Norse mythology. Possibly Loki's holding Mjolnir, and now it'll go to Usopp. Oda could add his own little twist to it. It's just like the fact that, like, if we assume that Loki is holding a hammer, Oda could add any type of lore to that hammer, which would make it more fitting for Usopp to have the hammer.
Yeah, because one thing that I would put on my Elbaf bingo card is at some point during this arc, Loki is gonna recognize Usopp with respect. If it's by handing over your hammer, if it's him getting beaten, I can see it. It's on the bingo card, so Oda, you can't let me down like you did with Dragon, bro. My faith in Dragon stocks, I will never invest again. I'm afraid.
I'm done. We've been burnt so many times investing in Dragon, man. The last time, I remember with the whole 1100 situation, I said that that was going to be the last time I'm betting on Dragon to arrive or appear or make a move. Yeah, at this point, if he makes a move, I'm celebrating, but I'm not putting my chips on the table for it.
Nah, man, I have no faith in Dragon. I've never had faith in Dragon. I've never been a Dragon guy. Legit, like that. I think that guy's a bozo.
Oh,
Respectfully.
bozo.
Respectfully.
You can't say he's a bozo.
He-
Respectfully.
Yeah,
Respectfully,
fair
a
enough.
bozo.
You know what?
I would just call him at
is,
the
like, he hasn't done enough. He just hasn't done enough, and he's been given ample opportunity. You know, like he's been given the chance. Like he has layups, alleys, bro, and he just hasn't done anything. So I can't give him respect yet.
Let me ask the chat. You guys in
Dragon's
voice
out
and
here shooting free throws like Shaq.
he's not even
He's
shooting a
breaking
3-throw.
He's
Yo, so everyone in
Bro.
voice chat, everyone in the stream text chat, this is a yes or no answer, and that you can explain your answer. Now that we are 1,137 chapters into the story, has Dragon lived up to hype?
Oh no.
Yes or no?
No.
No, bro, he is not. He is not. Like he's been given so much hype and he's not lived up. In my opinion, of course.
It's just like if he does live up, it's like, okay, what? It took 1,200 chapters to see it?
Yeah, that's
exactly.
the thing. Like you can't even be fulfilled now. Like
I
no
don't
matter
even-
what.
I don't even know why he has that tattoo on his face, man. I couldn't tell you that man's name, social security number, his birthday. I can't tell you nothing about Dragon.
He is like legit just so non-existent for such a big presence, you know? For such an important person in the world of One Piece, like the dude is just he plays the background role too much.
And
There's a difference
especially
between-
see how legendary his son is. It's hard to watch Luffy and be like, okay, Dragon, show me why people respect you and people respect Luffy because he's your son. You got to show why everybody had faith in you.
I think Dragon has some sort of maybe there's internal conflict. Maybe Dragon is like infatuated with or was partnered with Emu at one point, and that's why they're on contrary. But like, and then he reached the contrary belief point. Like maybe at one point they were together. I personally think Emu is a woman. Personally,
I think they
have. Maybe I think Dragon and Emu are were either an item or they were a part of the same group at one point, and then Emu was once Dragon realized who Emu actually was, then they like I think Emu lived a full life, was in love with Dragon. Dragon found out that Emu's pretty much like an immortal being, and then Emu was like, okay, like this is most likely when Dragon was in the Marines. They became an item. He realized who Emu actually was. They split apart. Then he develops the revolutionaries to stop, but he doesn't actually want to kill Emu. Because I'm sure if he wanted to kill Emu, he could have pulled up on him and then killed them. But it's not about.
I got to give you pushback on Emu being a woman. I got to do it. I'm sorry.
Of course.
When it comes to how the Gorosei speak about Emu, they say Emu say in the original Japanese translations, and say is used exclusively for men, whereas gu is used exclusively for women. So it seems like the Gorosei directly addressed Emu as a man. And then the whole idea that Emu is the king of the world, not the queen of the world, I think that's also a little telling. At best, it would be a situation that they address Emu as a man, but for some reason that doesn't really matter and it's wrong, and Emu's actually a woman. That would be strange, though.
I think that there's been many times where characters have been addressed past their whatever gender they actually are. Like think about it this way. Carrot is technically the king of the mink of Zunisha, right? But Carrot is a woman, right? Technically, from a genetic standpoint, we understand that, or from a birth standpoint, or from an identity standpoint, we understand that, what's their name? Ivankov is the queen of
Kamabaka.
Kingdom, Kamabaka Queendom. Sorry about that. So we have to understand that these monikers and stuff like that, and these titles don't necessarily need to be directly associated with these characters. The reason why I think that Emu could be still be a woman.
One second.
Oh,
I'll give you that one with the king. I'll give you that one. But how do you look at Emu Sei? Because Sei is for men and then Gu is for women. So like Shalria, they call her Shalria Gu, but then they called Emu the Gorosei called Emu Sei.
Yeah, that's true.
I think this is more so either one, a respect thing, or two, just Oda just trying to pull the rug under us. Because I personally think that they're most likely it's either going to not even be a human in the first place. Like they're going to be like, okay, I can identify by whatever means we want. Like they're legitimately an alien. That's personally what I've been running with for a long time. But generally, I think they're a woman. But I think they're not actually a human to begin with. So that's why when they give them these titles, they're going to be very vague, and it's never going to be specifically anything. That's why they say, "Oh, the king of the world is just the ruler of the world." Like, I'm sorry if I'm rambling a bit.
No, you're good. It's just like
you're just like explain it in a cohesive manner.
Yeah.
So long story. Okay, let me make it quick. Boom. I think that when it comes to Emu, they're not actually human to begin with. The way that they're identified amongst our world is going to most likely be looking like a woman. But generally, they're not actually a human to begin with, so they don't none of the gender applications that we have actually apply. So when you give them titles, none of it actually matters.
My thing is like when they say Emu Sei, that's not a title. Like they're explicitly calling Emu a man. Like that's how. Like if I said he to you, like that's because you're a man. Instead of saying he, I could say it. They could have not put Emu, or they could have not said Sei, and they could have not said Gu. And I know you, as well as Lucas in chat, mentioned that it could be a man who's in a woman's body, which would mean like, okay, we're gonna call Emu man, even though as in Sei as a man, but even though Emu's in a woman's body, that would still make Emu a man though. And then on top of that, like going down your theory, that would mean that Emu is like a tranny that like fell in love with Dragon.
No, it's not even that. It's not even like
Dragon didn't even know who Emu was.
I think that
Dragon went to Thailand and found Emu.
Dragon and Emu were most likely. Dragon and Emu were most likely in love. They can't like that.
Yeah, but we know that Dragon didn't even know who Emu was. Like.
Dragon wasn't even an admiral.
According to who? According to
he didn't even know Emu existed. Like
Dragon was a lower tier marine, right? Because Dragon was never confirmed to be an admiral. So,
but no, I'm not saying he's an. Well, I said he was in the Marines. I never said he was an admiral.
Yeah, but like he would be a lower tier marine that learned about the king of the world, though. Like, how did that happen?
He would be a lower.
He didn't even know there was a king of the world. Like it was literally in that chapter.
Dragon would never want to be an admiral. He would be like Garp. He's a D at the end of the day. Like he would not want to be submitted to that. Luffy at the end of the day would most likely stay vice admiral also. He would not want to be an admiral by any means. Or he would want to be the king. He would want to be the ruler of the world government, if anything. But the whole thing is that when it comes to Dragon, he is the son of Garp. Like at the end, he's going to have insight to a lot of things that like a lot of regular people are not going to have. Two, he's also extremely powerful. And three, I think his devil fruit was most likely granted by Emu. Like I think Emu gave him a devil fruit, indicating that okay, this is meant for you to become either a holy knight or for you to become an admiral. Like I think that.
Yeah, but we know he didn't even know who Emu was. Like, he didn't even know who Emu was. Like when Ivankov.
Yeah, Jordan. Go ahead.
That's a great point.
Go ahead, Elite One.
No, I was just saying, like in the conversation with Ivankov and Dragon, like when Ivankov, like Sabo talked about the idea of 5 Gorosei, like heeding to a superior, and then Ivankov was like, oh yeah, that idea kind of makes sense. There's a fruit that can grant immortality. There could be someone that the Gorosei are working for. And Dragon, like at the very prospect of this, he was sweating and he didn't like. It was so surprising to him that this was a
But he doesn't
situation.
say
Like there's
anything,
no
right?
idea. There's no like he has no idea that Emu existed. He had no
How
idea.
you know he doesn't have any idea? Why do you
And
think he's sweating?
you also have to
Why do you think
consider.
Yeah,
he's
because it was
sweating and nervous?
surprising.
You also have to consider, though. You also have to consider because if Dragon knew that Emu existed, you would think that he would tell his newest right hand man Sabo, but Sabo was surprised and Sabo didn't know. So at best, Dragon is withholding information from his right hand man.
But that's what I'm saying.
Which
He
would
is
make Dragon look
withholding
even like
information. That's why Dragon. That
it would
Dragon
make
is
him look
basically-
even more incompetent than he already kind of looks, because you're hiding like the secret like overlord ruler who's stronger than the Gorosei, who controls everything. You're hiding those details from like the organization you created to take this person down. That's kind of makes no sense.
Exactly.
And that would be from his newest right hand man.
Oh my god, y'all are cooking. I think the way that you're looking at it is exactly it does correlate to the way that I view it. In the sense that when you see Dragon, right? Dragon, we do not know particularly what their internal conflict is. Why are they so hesitant with all the decisions so far? How come Sabo has been the most active member and he's been there the least? He's been working for them the least amount of time, and he's been that most active member by leaps and bounds. So how come that's a thing? Why isn't Dragon like Garp? Why isn't he like Luffy, where he can just jump into something gung-ho? Why is he so hesitant, calculated? What's going on? And I think that once we get his backstory and we start to understand the internal conflict, like I think he's going to have so much information, not only on how the world government works and the hierarchy, but also the celestial dragons and how they work. Because one, I think he's gonna have some sort of connection. I think once again, I genuinely think that him and Emu were an item. Next, I think that he was also a person that was exposed to how celestial dragons live and saw, oh, these abhorrent sort of terrible circumstances. And then once he realized who like what actually came with becoming a celestial dragon and becoming an item with someone like Emu, that means he doesn't actually want to live that life. He goes, he separates, he becomes the revolutionary representative, and then that's sort of the downfall of that sort of relationship.
I'm not gonna lie.
He doesn't want to kill her directly.
Pearson Harbaugh is
but he wants to stop them, and that's
in
the
chat.
conflict.
Like, how do you think Loki pees and poops while he's tied up?
How is Loki urinating right now?
He does it. He just does it. You just have to let him live.
Just on the spot. It probably stinks down
Just
there.
on the spot. Yeah, man. Of course.
Yeah, that's actually an extremely good question.
That's the real this man Pearson's asking the real questions.
How has he been taking shits for the last 6 years, bro? Like,
He must
And
have
Giant-
his,
and Giant-
Giant.
Think about it. Giant ships are not gonna be pleasant, bro. That's like
there's no way they unchained him so he could take a shit, and he just went back into his thing.
All right, guys, listen. This was a phenomenal time. This was a phenomenal stream. I love to hear everything Omi had to say. Elite One, Young VP, and Mo when he was here. Awesome stream, guys. I want to thank the three of you guys, as well as Mo, for being in this voice chat. It was very, very fun hearing all these ideas and all these theories and all these takes. I loved it, as well as everyone in the stream chat that came through and dropped a like. I greatly appreciated it, as well as all the super chats. Thank you all so much. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe. And if you're not new here, hit the notification bell and select all so you don't miss these streams. We will, of course, be live again next week. There's no break next week. So we'll be live as soon as the short summary spoilers release, as well as long summary spoilers and chapter.
With Yamato's cover story. God
Fix
damn,
it, Yoda Oda, fix Yamato's cover story. But guys, with that being said, I just want to give Elite One, Omi, and Young VP a moment to just say their final comments about the chapter or One Piece, their final short takes, and then we're gonna call it a stream, guys.
Bet. Who wants to go first?
One of you guys can go first.
Okay,
I gotta think
I'll
about
go.
something to
Okay,
wrap
but I was
up.
gonna say, yo, keep an eye on Harold. Harold Kaido connection right there. You love to see it. I think that's going to play a role in the long run when it comes to how we see lineage. Other than that, done. Great chapter. I would say personally, I think like an 8 out of 10. That's it.
All right.
Yeah, if I'm going on what's going on with this chapter, I'm probably going to give it a 9 out of 10 myself, simply for the fact that we got the Oni war, man. That feels a lot of connections, with Oars, the Continent Puller, his son, Kaido, Harold, and the fact that he ripped his own horn. Did he rip his own horn off, or did he rip off other people's? Either way, that's interesting.
All right, and I believe the final one would be Elite One.
Peak chapter, I give it 8, 9 out of 10. I've been looking forward to seeing Shamrock. Well, the Shanks lookalikes real name and like association, man. And I'm looking forward to what he's gonna do in the future.
Awesome. So guys, with that being said, again, thank you all for being here. I'm very much excited for the next chapter, 1137. Like how Smokey said, I hope Oda fixes this cover story. It's been super boring. Hopefully we can see Blackbeard show up to Wano in this cover story, chasing Pluton, because we know Caribou's now connected to the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard Pirates invading the cover story. This cover story with Yamato and Wano would be very similar to the Blackbeard Pirates invading Whole Cake Island, like how we saw in the previous cover story. With that being said, guys, I wish everyone here have a nice morning, day, or night, wherever you guys are. Get some water, get some good food, get some exercise, guys. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay resilient, stay courageous, stay positive, keep the inner peace. I wish you all an amazing day. Take care, everybody.